Volume 2, Chapters 101 to Chapters 125. Kill. Chen Feng was filled with killing intent. Myriad illusionary wind blade erupted instantly and a succession of wind blades shot forth. Ice and fire interwove together as they charged toward Wang. However, all of them were blocked by a blossoming plum blossom. The plum blossom spun as it radiated brightly. The petals drifted in the air. A faint layer of light enveloped Wang. The instant Chen Feng's wind blades touched those petals, they were crushed immediately. Very strong. Everyone's heart jolted. Is there a need for this? The old man's faint voice traveled forth. This child here, I originally did not want to kill you. Why would you provoke this old man here? Whoosh. On the plum blossom, one petal after another hovered midair and charged forth, with Chen Feng as their target. Be careful. The expressions of Wang Chun and the rest changed greatly. Goddamn old chrysanthemum freak who refuses to die. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Don't intend to kill me, FCKU. Since he had already gotten involved in the affair between Chen Feng and Wang, they could only end this with death. Moreover, for him to say that he wanted to kill Chen Feng merely because he was provoked. Who was he lying to? He was simply looking for an excuse to kill someone. Although Chen Feng did not know what this petal was, however, it was merely an ability imprinted on Wang's body. He refused to believe that this flower here would be truly strong. Killing me? Chen Feng raged. Let's see if you have this capability, then. Gulp. Chen Feng gulped the aurora reagent down. Bang. A noiseless undulation quietly spread in his body. Whoosh. The genes in his body burned furiously. Surprisingly, this time, he did not feel any pain caused by the permanent decrease of his strength attribute. Along with the myriad illusionary gene he'd fused with were also a small amount of trash genes that were just nice to meet the requirements for the aurora reagent, granting him the ability to truly use the aurora reagent in a flawless manner. Bang! Gene ignition completed. The world before him instantly appeared like a brand new world. The whole world seemed to have become lively. This was his virus mode, an extremely powerful mode unique to Chen Feng. Whoosh! With a dense killing intent, the pink petals charged toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng slightly raised his hand. Multiple wind blades were formed in succession. These wind blades proceeded to hover above his hands in a bizarre way. Blades were constantly being formed before they fused together, turning into a flower formed from wind blades. In the virus mode, he felt like he was a god. This was an extremely peculiar feeling. 40 wind blades with different attributes were like 40 petals which had assembled together in a bizarre manner, condensing at a single point to form a blossoming flower. Under the extreme spiritual control of Chen Feng, they did not clash and explode. Instead, they maintained their shape as they hovered in the air and charged toward Wang. The flower collided with the petal. Bang! At the instant of the collision, a terrifying power erupted from it immediately. Wang's petal was incredibly terrifying. However, would the wind blade formed by Chen Feng with 40 different attributes be simple? The moment Chen Feng retracted his control over it, those 40 attributes started violently conflicting with each other and exploded immediately. Bang! A terrifying power erupted. The sky and the ground, everything before one's eyes was covered by a vast expanse of white. When the light finally faded, a huge pit had appeared on the ground. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. What power was this? It was fine for that old man to be so strong, but Chen Feng, wasn't Chen Feng only beginnery class? But the ability he used earlier, its power. Everyone looked at Chen Feng. Only now did someone start to keenly notice that Chen Feng felt somewhat different now. A different feeling was being emitted by him. Currently, 3 seconds had passed. Worthy of being the chrysanthemum freak. A cruel smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Then, how many times can you block this? One bizarre flower after another started blossoming around him. Every single one of those flowers was formed by around 40 to 50 wind blades. There were no repeat attributes in any of the flowers. Just like that, all of them were forcefully assembled together by Chen Feng. Go! Chen Feng waved his hand. Whoosh! 3 flowers drifted around in the air as they reached Wang. Bang! 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 Once again, a terrifying power erupted. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Wang Chun and the rest could feel the ground swaying. A crisp sound spread from Wang's body. Everyone raised their heads to take a look, and they were immediately horrified. The faintly radiating plum blossom beside Wang had been forcefully smashed apart by Chen Feng as it dimmed. It disappeared. You The old man's voice was full of anger. He had never expected that he would suffer failure facing these juniors. He saw the faint teasing expression in Chen Feng's eyes. Not good. An ominous feeling rose in the old man's heart. Although he was not afraid of Chen Feng, if this continued, Wang would definitely die. Go, old man shouted. Form. The plum blossom shone as it blossomed with its final radiance. A layer of dazzling light formed. The remaining petals of the plum blossom surrounded Wang and dragged him as they escaped toward the camp. He had actually chosen to escape. Senior, escape faster. Wang was extremely horrified as well. Once again, he found that this fellow that he looked down on was actually so terrifying. Too dreadful. Even this senior almost failed to protect him. Shut up. The old man's angry voice traveled out from the plum blossom. That bizarre flower of his might be powerful. However, it is too slow and can't catch up to us. You only need to obediently hide within the plum blossom's aura. Alright. Wang was still feeling anxious. This aura, can it truly obstruct Chen Feng? His body was being dragged as he soared up. As he looked down at Chen Feng below him, an indescribable fear rose within him. Escaping? Chen Feng's eyes were ice cold. Aurora's power was disappearing soon. Only 2 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. Sufficient. Wind blades once again formed in his hands while his luck aura was fully activated. Whoosh, whoosh. A succession of wind blades shot out from Chen Feng's hand. On every single one of these blades were formed of dreadful-looking electric currents that were flickering without stop. This was the blade formed of wind and thunder, their specialty being speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 blades were formed instantly. A flash of thunder. Before Xif and the rest that all had a shocked expression on their faces. In front of Chen Feng, a huge crescent-shaped wind blade appeared. Its size reached a terrifying 3 meters, with dreadful lightning bolts coiled around it. Was this thing here still a wind blade? Wang Chun inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Go. Chen Feng pointed. Bang. The wind and thunder-formed blades streaked forth, accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder. In a split second, this huge wind and thunder blade traveled over 100 meters. Under the extremely formidable power of wind and the extremely terrifying power of thunder, it demonstrated a limit-surpassing speed. Currently, Wang was already over 300 meters away from them. In the oasis, with a distance of 300 meters between them, Chen Feng's group wasn't even visible anymore. However, before he could even rejoice in his escape, he saw that the trees behind him had started collapsing for no apparent reason. What he saw next was that incredibly huge and terrifying wind blade. Senior, save me! Wang screeched. Chen Feng, the old man shouted. If it is possible, spare one's life. Do not court death. Scram. Chen Feng had a bad temper. Merely killing someone. Why spout so much nonsense? Since you all wanted to kill others, then you all should be ready to get killed as well. Bang. At the final moment, the effect of the Aurora reagent was finally used up. All the power he could muster was pushed to unleash the powerful wind and thunder blade. That huge wind and thunder blade slashed at Wang. You dare? The old man was furious. The plum blossom shone. However, not many petals were left on the plum blossom. Even the final light it radiated could only block a portion of the power of the wind and thunder blade. Bang! A loud sound. On Wang's forehead, the plum blossom shattered with a loud sound. Currently, the wind and thunder blade still had half its power remaining. I don't want to die. Horrified, Wang looked at the immense wind and thunder blade in front of him. He waved his hands furiously as, one after another, rays of light formed in his hands before finally forming a bizarre symbol in front of him. However, bang! The wind and thunder blade exploded. The symbol formed by light shattered instantly. The terrifying power of wind and thunder covered Wang and exploded in the air. From high up in the air, a black silhouette could be seen smashing toward the ground with a loud sound. Bang! A bright radiance blossomed like fireworks. Wang died just like that. Everyone remained in a stupor for a long time. That mysterious person that had acted to help Wang was astonishing enough. However, Chen Feng's hegemonic way of counterattacking was even more shocking. So this was Chen Feng's true strength. At that instant, the power displayed by Chen Feng had even reached the level of intermediate D-class warriors. Abominable. This word formed in everyone's head. Nowadays, due to how diversified the combat power everyone had was, skipping a class and fighting someone of a higher class was still something accomplishable by a number of people despite it being hard. However, someone who skipped as many classes as Chen Feng was absolutely rare. A person like this was simply an abominable existence. Furthermore, Chen Feng was still so young. Deal with them. Chen Feng said calmly. Don't worry. Xif and the rest exchanged glances before slightly nodding. Wang was dead. The remaining people here were simply clowns. They were the ambushing party and had prepared sufficiently. Hence, they would not give these people any chance to escape. As for Chen Feng, he was planning to look for Wang's corpse. The Wind and Thunder Blade possessed an extremely terrifying power. This was something unleashed by Chen Feng with the combination of Aurora Reagent's power and Myriad Illusionary Wind Blade, an attack unleashed when he was under his strongest condition, and could be considered as the strongest attack among all the trump cards he had. Despite being obstructed by the petals several times, it still possessed D-class power. Wang, he couldn't defend against this. Wang, whose main attribute was spirit, was similar to Chen Feng. They possessed low physique with a physical body of ordinary quality. When attacked by such powerful attacks, they would not survive at all. Chen Feng guessed that the moment the Wind and Thunder Blade exploded midair, Wang had died. However, if he survived, his actual person needed to be seen, and if he was dead, the corpse must be seen. Let's find him first. Chen Feng was calm. If Wang still had a breath in him, Chen Feng would deliver the final blow. Whoosh, whoosh. Chen Feng headed toward the direction where Wang had fallen. However, when he reached, he was surprised to find that on the ground, apart from a huge pit, there was no corpse. Nothing. Chen Feng was bewildered. He inspected the ground and saw bloodstains, fragments of clothes. All these were Wang's. Has the corpse been eaten? Chen Feng's eyes flickered. Ground. Chen Feng traveled forth quickly and noted a row of irregular footprints and also bloodstains that indicated constant blood loss. Hence, he quickly chased after it. Even if Wang was still alive, he only had his final breath remaining. How far could a heavily injured Wang travel? Furthermore, his agility was not high. Chase. Chen Feng pursued decisively. However, beyond his expectations, he pursued for no less than 5 minutes but did not see Wang at all. If it wasn't for the footprints on the ground that were becoming more distinct, he would almost believe that he had gone the wrong way. The bloodstains on the ground were in higher amounts. Chen Feng could even smell the lingering bloody smell and concluded that this was something freshly left here. Wang was right ahead of him. Chen Feng abruptly dashed out of the woods and there, his heart jolted. Wang, he saw him. The fleeing silhouette was in front of him, 10 meters away. Wang staggered and fell on the ground just like that, with river of blood flowing out of him. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This guy was too fast. The location where Wang had fallen after the attack earlier was merely 300 meters away from Chen Feng. He had used a short time to reach there. And from there to here, he had used 5 minutes to arrive. He had failed to catch up to Wang even after 5 minutes. What damnable speed was this? Especially under this heavily injured condition of his? Wang was on the ground. However, Chen Feng had not made his move. It wasn't that he did not want to make his move on Wang. Instead, it was because he couldn't. This place was already their zone within the Genetic Union's camp. Around them were at least 10 robots patrolling around. Pity. Chen Feng shook his head slightly. A heavily injured person detected. Begin rescue. One of the robots flickered with red light as it started rescuing Wang. One recovery reagent after another was used on him and some color returned to the skin of Wang that was dying a moment ago. Chen Feng walked over calmly. Around him, a patrolling robot's eyes flickered with red light. It had evidently felt the unusual aura on Chen Feng and had immediately locked onto him. Chen Feng was aware that as long as he made his move, the one to die first would certainly be him. Currently, Wang had woken up slowly. He felt his body temperature and the robot that was supporting him and was immediately in ecstasy. He knew that he was saved. He survived. Ha ha ha. What did it matter that Chen Feng was so strong? He had still survived. Wang was in ecstasy. However, before he could even bask in his happiness for long, just as his eyes were opened, he was almost scared to death. In front of him was a familiar silhouette, silently staring at him, with calm eyes. Chen Feng. Wang was alarmed and frantically retreated. What are you afraid of? Chen Feng smiled faintly. Don't come over. Wang retreated in panic despite the robot being beside him. Chen Feng walked forth one step at a time. Soon, Wang had retreated to the corner of the camp and was unable to retreat anymore. Red light flickered in the eyes of the robot. It could sense that the killing intent in Chen Feng had disappeared and confirmed that he would not kill anyone. Hence, it did not understand why was Wang still retreating in fear. The game of humans? The robots did not understand. However, the robots still paid attention to them. This is the camp. Wang was collapsing emotionally. You can't kill me. He knew that Chen Feng did not dare to kill him here. However, he did not dare to gamble on that fact. One needed to know that Chen Feng was someone who had, in front of that senior, crushed the plum blossom imprint and almost killed him. If it wasn't for that gene. Don't kill me, don't kill me, Wang recited as he shuddered. Be obedient. Why would I kill you? Chen Feng said as he smiled. You really won't kill me? Wang asked meekly. If I really wanted to kill you, could you escape? Chen Feng, who was beaming, placed his mouth right beside Wang's ear and whispered, this time, I'm giving Wang Yao face. What I owe her, I have repaid. Next time, don't blame me for not holding back. There won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. Wang shook his head frantically. So it was due to sister? He knew that someone like Chen Feng had no emotions. He had survived. Wang was drenched all over. For a long time, that smiling face of Chen Feng's would probably remain imprinted in his mind. Act intelligently. Chen Feng looked at him while beaming before standing up and leaving. Only when he reached the entrance did the smile on his face gradually vanish. Truly unfortunate, to not be able to kill Wang. Despite him lying that he had let Wang off due to Wang Yao, despite him leaving behind a deep mental shadow in Wang's heart, these kind of incidents, if he couldn't eliminate his enemies thoroughly, there would be endless trouble. Wang family. Chen Feng sneered. One day, he would thoroughly clean up the whole Wang family. He believed the opportunity for him to do this would not be too far away in the future. Leaving the camp, Chen Feng once again returned to the location where they ambushed Wang Xif and the rest had completed their tasks. Everyone from the Wang family that was with Wang had been killed. 46 E-class and 4 D-class genetic warriors, all dead. This time, the Wang family had suffered a disastrous loss. Naturally, the most astonishing thing for Chen Feng was the gene production-related gains he got that Wang had left behind. He originally thought that this mission was a total failure. However, he did not expect that Wang had made extremely ample preparations here. Apart from a huge amount of materials, there was also an unused 4-star E-class gene formula. Chen Feng calculated the expenses of this mission and found that he had actually made a profit. Robbing is indeed something profitable with low cost. Chen Feng shook his head. No wonder there were so many crimes in the wilderness. Let's return to the camp first, Chen Feng said in a low voice. Since Wang has returned, the people from the Wang family would probably be here soon. Chen Feng nodded slightly. When they reached the camp, Wang was no longer there. It seemed like the moment his body recovered somewhat, he had escaped, as he was afraid that Chen Feng would suddenly go crazy and recklessly ignore all costs to try to kill him. Chen Feng was not bothered about this either. However, among their spoils of war was Wang's gene data. He finally knew how Wang had escaped from him. Grendragon gene ability, swapping gene attributes. Summary. Able to choose a single gene attribute within one's body and swap it with another gene attribute. Question mark. Chen Feng's eyes widened abruptly. The others came over to take a look and inhaled a mouthful of cold air as well. There existed such a heaven-defying gene ability in this world? Gene attribute swapping? This was too much of a bug-like existence, right? No wonder the Wang family called this gene the super strong gene. No wonder. Chen Feng suddenly understood. Due to the passive growth during F-class, despite having a low combat power, Wang's spiritual energy was still excessively high. Now that he was nearing D-class, it was even higher. Before he was hit by the Wind and Thunder Blade, he had quickly swapped his spirit attribute with his physique attribute. With this, he was able to survive Chen Feng's attack. Next, the heavily injured Wang swapped his spirit to agility and escaped quickly. Despite the heavy injuries he had sustained, he was still able to reach the Genetic Union's camp. This ability, heaven-defying indeed. Too shameless. Xif was too tired to berate Wang. I swear on the scar on my head, this grandson had certainly saved the world in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he obtain this kind of gene? 1. Swapping as one wished. Too frightening. With this gene ability, not only he could become the strongest warrior, he could also be the strongest mage, strongest meat shield, and the fastest scout. 2. He did not even need anything else. Merely improving a single attribute would be sufficient. Xuf looked at the data with envy. With advantages, there are definitely disadvantages as well, Chen Feng said, analyzing it. First, regardless of how strong Wang will be at the later stages, he is still trash presently. 0 combat power, needing others to look after him. Next, although this kind of gene seems omnipotent, Without suitable secret arts, the true combat power he can display will not necessarily be strong. True. Everyone agreed. What if suitable secret arts are available? Chen Yi asked meekly. Then it will be a truly shameless existence. Chen Feng lamented. This was indeed an era where everything was possible. Even such a gene had appeared. Wang Chun nodded. Shameless indeed. Everyone instinctively looked at him. Ah? Wang Chun was confused. I remember that. Initially, this gene should have belonged to you, right? You actually didn't know about it? Chen Feng was amazed. Please. Wang Chun rolled his eyes. Do you think that those old farts would tell me the truth about this gene after they failed to control me? Everyone agreed after thinking about it. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Do you not regret it? Nope. Wang Chun shook his head. After fusing with such a gene, at the very least, I would require the Wang family's care during D, E and F classes. It indeed seems incredibly majestic. However, in actuality, it's simply an existence akin to the Wang family's dog. This kind of strength, I do not want. Furthermore, I have something better. He looked at the Chen Yi siblings, his face full of emotions. Chen Feng. He felt like he had accidentally eaten a mouthful of dog shit. Ignoring this guy, Chen Feng started to conclude their gains this time for real. One set of 4-star E-class formula. This was probably something Wang had prepared for himself to use when he formally became an intermediate gene producer. He had never expected that Chen Feng would be the one to end up profiting from this. Apart from this, there was also a huge pile of materials. The total value of their gains, 65 million yuan profit. As for the operation itself, despite failing to kill Wang, they had achieved their goal. From today onward, he definitely wouldn't dare to easily make any move against Chen Feng. This single lesson learned with blood would definitely cause him fear, even during his sleep. As a whole, this mission had ended perfectly. Suddenly, a group of people entered the camp and eyed Chen Feng viciously. They were people of the Wang family. Evidently, they had received news about this and were coming over to suppress Chen Feng's group. However, would Chen Feng give them this chance? Goodbye. Chen Feng smiled as he greeted them before leaving in an aloof manner. Those from the Wang family watched on with their eyes wide open as Chen Feng's group got on the Iron Cloud and left. However, there was nothing they could do. This was the Genetic Union's camp. None dared to do anything here. You need to be careful for now, Xif told Chen Feng. Don't worry. Chen Feng stretched his body. There's one more month before the Gene Rookie competition begins. It's about time for me to prepare for it. During this month, I have no plans of going anywhere at all. Xif. He had indeed been overly worried. Wanting to kill Chen Feng, one needed to be at least intermediate D class or stronger. Otherwise, the killer would get killed instead. Apart from this, they had to avoid detection from the city's monitoring system as well, in addition to avoiding the Gene Production Association's detection. Now that he thought of this, he had indeed been overly worried. Xif sighed endlessly. At times, no matter how I look at you, you don't seem like a freshly graduated student. At this, Chen Feng merely smiled. Since he dared to make his move, he had naturally prepared thoroughly. The Wang family, even that old man did not scare him. He wanted to see, between that chrysanthemum freak and Wang Yao, who was stronger. Gold City. The Wang family. When Wang returned covered in injuries, the whole Wang family was stunned. Wang Tanhao was nervous. You encountered an influential family from another city? Although the Wang family was powerful, their power was only limited at Gold City. If they encountered some top influential family from a major city, they would still need to restrain themselves. However, the place they went to was only the Purple Woods continent, a backwater region. How would they? It was Chen Feng, Wang said in a dazed manner while the whole Wang family was furious. Chen Feng. Wang Tanhao was furious. He had never thought that the kid that had been protected by Wang Yao would possess such terrifying power, able to defeat the Plum Blossom imprint and almost kill his own son. He was only 18 years old. That kid. A cold glint flickered in Wang Tanhao's eyes. Chen Feng was too talented, to the point that he was extremely uncomfortable with it. Find several D-class warriors to get rid of him, Wang Tanhao said coldly. I refuse to believe that he can contend against advanced D-class warriors. Get some advanced or peak D-class warriors to get rid of him. Father. Wang stopped him. I think we shouldn't do this. Shouldn't? Wang Tanhao looked at him unbelievably, but when he saw the fear in Wang's eyes, he had an ominous feeling. Your main attribute is spirit, yet you allowed your state of mind to be influenced by Chen Feng. Wang was timid and uneasy. Wang Tanhao berated him. Trash. Now that his son had turned out this way, it had instead become their new priority. Get several people to accompany him to train his willpower. Wang Tanhao felt hatred for the iron for not becoming steel 3, and said to several members of Wang family, "There's only 1 month left for the Jinroki competition. He must become an intermediate level producer, and he must step into D class as well. The spread of the Wang family's name is on the line." Finished talking, he glared at his son viciously. "Train properly. I don't care whether your willpower is powerful or not. Chen Feng's shadow must be erased from your mind. With a shadow in your mind, how are you supposed to produce genes?" Wang Tanhao rebuked angrily. "I understand." Wang lowered his head. Looking at the meek appearance of Wang, the more Wang Tanhao looked at it, the angrier he became. After thinking about it, he decided to still tell the people of Wang family, "This Chen Feng incident, we are not the proper party to deal with it." "Who else can do it then?" That person's eyes lit up. "Could it be?" "Go and arrange it." Wang Tanhao sneered. "I refuse to believe that Chen Feng can grow 3 heads and 6 arms and kill that senior instead." "All right." That person left. Wang Tanhao looked at his son. "Scram and start your training." "All right." Wang was anxious, yet he was still thinking about Chen Feng. With that senior making a move personally, Chen Feng wouldn't be able to escape, right? At this time, beside a certain clear lake that was surrounded by plum blossoms, an old man sneered after receiving a message. He did not care about the Wang family. However, for Chen Feng to actually dare to provoke his authority, he had to deal with this. Otherwise, who would look for him for transformation in the future? "It seems like I will be taking another trip to Gold City." The old man stood up loftily. The next day, he reached Gold City. Chen Feng. Following the information provided by the Wang family, he was able to find Chen Feng in a short time. Chen Feng's daily activities were the same. Basically, he would only appear in monitored locations, not giving the old man any chance to act at all. The old man pondered. "Seems like I have to spoil a few of those monitoring systems then." However, before he even made his move, he received a message. "This is." The old man instinctively looked at the screen. His heart thumped as he looked at it before he ultimately sighed. Seemed like getting rid of Chen Feng was no longer possible. Jinroki competition. It has entered the preparatory stage. Chen Feng has clearly not registered for the competition and has not met the qualifications for it. How could he? Footnotes 1. He's talking about karma. Someone who did kind deeds in their previous life would be blessed with good fortune in their subsequent life. 2. Here, warrior, mage, meat shield and scout respectively correspond to strength, spirit, physique and agility as their main attribute. The mage here simply refers to one who has the spirit attribute as their main attribute, not the mage in the traditional sense who uses spells. 3. Hatred for the iron for not becoming steel, to feel resentful towards someone for failing to meet expectations. 4. Transformation. This refers to the process where he tapped Wang's forehead previously, unlocking his potential. Not much is known all about this for now, though. We will see if the author will say more about this in the future. Gold City. In the central public square hovered a huge screen. The advertisements that it had been broadcasting daily had suddenly disappeared, turning into a bright red-colored countdown timer. 30 days before the Jinroki competition begin. It's counting down. A lot of people raised their head to look at the screen. If one were to say that the final examinations were the turning point in the life of high school students, then the Jinroki competition was the path all producers threaded on their way to the apex. It was a grander, more authoritative event. Gene Production Association. Zhang Wei was arranging the data they had. Have the invitations been sent out? MHM. A staff member nodded. Invitations have been sent to all intermediate gene producers that met the requirements in Gold City or those beginner gene producers with great potential. Well done. Zhang Wei nodded slightly. However, it seems like Chen Feng has yet to register himself. The staff member was somewhat worried. Not registered yet? Zhang Wei blanked momentarily before recalling that, despite being an outstandingly gifted person, due to Chen Feng not becoming a producer early enough, he had yet to reach the minimum requirement of a 20 stars. Qualifications to register. Zhang Wei pondered shortly before ultimately shaking his head. Let everything take its course naturally. Chen Feng is still young. Even if he missed the competition this year, it doesn't matter. However, you must continue paying attention to him. In the next few years, Chen Feng will definitely become one of the tyrants of the Gene Rookie competition. Jiang Wei was very confident that Chen Feng absolutely had the potential to achieve this. Has the protection plan begun? Jiang Wei asked suddenly. It started. The staff member nodded. Chen Feng, Wang. At least 30 producers from Gold City have been included under the protection program before the Gene Rookie competition. That's good to hear. Jiang Wei breathed out in relief. Protection prior to the competition was a necessity. During the initial Gene Rookie competitions, this hadn't been considered. As such, a lot of people were assassinating their opponents before the competition, erasing a huge number of geniuses. There was even a particular city where a person had, in order to attain the championship, assassinated everyone who proclaimed themselves to be a person of talent. Too hateful. Subsequently, the protection program was activated. From a certain period of time before the competition up till the end of the competition, those who registered for the competition would receive the joint protection of the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association. Those nominated by Gene Production Association to join the competition would receive an even higher level of attention, becoming someone none dared to provoke. However, the staff member paused slightly. Some problems still occurred with the protection plan. Before the protection plan started, Wang was attacked and suffered a disastrous injury, and he has yet to recover from his injuries. Jiang Wei was furious. Who did it? There were people who dared to challenge the authority of the Gene Production Association, despite it being before the protection plan, despite the fact that this behavior wouldn't be penalized. Doing so would still give the evaluation committee a bad impression. The staff member smiled bitterly. Chen Feng. What? Jiang Wei had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Chen Feng. Why had Chen Feng gone to assassinate Wang? Not only that, the staff member had an expression suggesting an extreme headache. At the same time that we activated our protection plan, we also intercepted an out-of-town expert sent by the Wang family to assassinate Chen Feng. Jiang Wei was confused. What the heck was happening? Explain the whole thing to me. All right. The staff member explained in detail. The affairs between Chen Feng and Wang weren't something major for them. They only needed to casually investigate it and they would find out the truth. However, regardless of the process or the result of their conflicts, both were equally melodramatic. Let it be. We won't be bothered about this. With the resources of the Wang family, I doubt anything major will happen to Wang. Jiang Wei waved his hand. Tell the both of them to stop. It's fine to let what happened before the protection plan be bygones. Now that the protection plan has started, none of them are allowed to make any more moves. Understood. The staff member nodded. Remember, we can't lose any of the people included in our protection plan. Jiang Wei's expression was solemn. It has been a very long time since Gold City managed to be placed in the top 100. The few fellows of this generation could be considered as somewhat talented individuals. Even if they can't get into the top 10, at the very least, they must get into the top 100. Wang has the assistance of the Wang family behind him. He might be able to fight for the placing of our Gold City. Understood, the staff member answered seriously. Internal competitions existed within the Gene Production Association, especially between each major city. Top 100, top 10, top 3. Every single one of these rankings was something they fought after. The Gene Rookie competition was the most authoritative grand event for the young gene producers of the current era. Those capable of getting into the top 100 would definitely be the top 100 producers in terms of ability among the young producers of the current generation. These were the 100 most outstanding producers in the whole world. If our Gold City branch wants more resources allocated to us next year, it will depend on the rankings of these people. Jiang Wei was filled with expectations. This time, they could no longer be stuck in the last position. At this time, Chen Feng was also checking out the information pertaining to the Gene Rookie competition. The champion would be unconditionally accepted into the Gene Production Association. What this meant was acceptance into the headquarters. Not some regional branch. Rather, it was the true headquarters of the association, the place that countless people regarded as the Holy Land. Apart from this, the most important thing was also the reputation gained from this. First of all, one's achievements in the Gene Rookie competition would be input into their individual information, ranked 20 at the XXTH Gene Rookie competition. This would become one's defining trademark. Next, due to the existence of virtual streaming, the whole competition would be streamed virtually and all the viewers would feel like they were physically at the location of the competition. Obscure and unknown person? Didn't know how to generate fame for themselves? Here, As long as one possessed ability, one would be able to make one's name soar with a single attempt. There were some who did not even need to get ranked in the competition. As long as one's ability was sufficiently displayed, countless missions would come knocking, helping one to win both success and recognition. This was not just a competition, this was also a grand stage where stars were created. Gene Rookie Competition. Chen Feng was shocked. This was his first target here in this world. Back then, he had only entered this world. It was something he chose to simply give himself a goal to chase after. Subsequently, as his power increased, he had even believed that it wouldn't matter if he did not participate in the competition. However, after he gained further understanding of it, he found that the Gene Rookie Competition was much grander than he had ever imagined. No wonder even Wang wanted to participate in it. Chen Feng contemplated. Due to the existence of the Grendragon gene, Wang was not a normal person at all. If he were to attract the attention of super experts during the competition, the Wang family might be able to abruptly rise in power from this. Chen Feng sneered. What a good plan. Wang, a mere puppet. Even if he killed Wang, the Wang family could still get a new puppet. Since that was the case, might as well keep Wang alive. At the very least, the current Wang was extremely afraid of him. Moreover, even if there was no Wang family, various other powers and factions might still appear in the competition, making the whole situation messy. Nevertheless, could everyone be killed? Nope. Hence, if one wanted to stand tall in this world, one had to grow stronger. Hence, he had to build up his own fame. At least, with that, regardless of circumstances, he would be able to make his voice heard. This was his bottom line. He did not have any backers, nor did he have any background. However, through this competition, he could fight his way out to create a brand new world for himself, creating his very own backer. Champion. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Since he wanted to fight, he should certainly fight to be the champion. He had gained understanding on the scale of the competition. Every year, there would be several tens of thousands of participants. However, a vast majority of them would be intermediate gene producers. This fact remained true even in the top 100. These were the outstanding ones among the intermediate producers. However, they were still mere intermediate producers. As long as no advanced producers appear, I will have a chance. Chen Feng was confident. Despite him being only a beginner producer presently. It's time to prepare myself. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. The countdown period of the competition had begun. It was about time for him to do a final sprint. For example, he had yet to qualify himself to register for the competition. Light's world. Chen Feng was currently fully concentrated on gene production. A loud sound. Gene production failed. Another failure. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Although Xiao Ying was able to eat the worthless genes for him, when Chen Feng practiced, he would still do everything himself. He would first go through the gene search stage before letting Xiao Ying eat all the remaining genes. With this, he was able to both satisfy its appetite and improve himself. However, the gene fusion stage still proved troublesome for him. The rate of failure was excessively high despite the fact that he'd had a lot of successes previously when he'd used luck aura. I'm even finding it difficult to produce E-class genes. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Under the circumstances where luck values were not used, he possessed quite a low skill level in regards to gene production. Even the vast amount of successes he'd had in E-class formula production would not grant many improvements to his skill. I'm probably a high-level beginner gene producer, Chen Feng guessed. To produce E-class formulas at this stage, the rate of failure would be extremely high. Now, Chen Feng was grinding the Aurora reagent formula. Chen Feng cheered himself on. I must succeed. Mastering an E-class formula would greatly improve his true skill level in production. It was something regular 1-star F-class formulas couldn't compare with. Hence, he had to master this formula. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Chen Feng started producing without stop. During this period, all his luck values were saved. In order to have a sufficient amount of luck value during the competition, apart from the occasional mutated gold ant genes that he produced for money, all the luck values were saved despite his current high rate of failure. I succeeded several times previously and am extremely familiar with the Aurora reagent. My current success rate should be around 20%. Not too low. Chen Feng analyzed. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Success. A huge amount of materials, a crazy amount of training. Using 10 days time, Chen Feng had finally mastered this 4-star E-class formula. His production level had once again improved greatly. So this was the Aurora reagent. Chen Feng closed his eyes. Everything that he did not understand about this formula in the past, he now understood. Up until now, in Chen Feng's individual data, his production level had reached 16 stars. Among them were F-class formulas, Lumber Bear formula, 1 star, Thunder Snake formula, 4 stars, Gold Ant formula, 5 stars. E-class formulas, Illusionary Snakes scale, 2 stars, Aurora formula, 4 stars. The Illusionary Snakes scale was something he had mastered using the huge volume of materials provided by Wang Chun. Apart from increasing his production level, it was something useless for him in itself. Apart from this, he only had one unmastered formula, the Illusionary Snake formula. This was the formula for his own fusion. After producing the fusion reagent, it had become useless. Hence, Chen Feng did not plan to waste his time practicing this formula. I still lack a 4-star formula. Chen Feng took out a chip. This was his spoils of war from when he had attempted to assassinate Wang. Being a 4-star E-class formula and something treated by Wang as his #1 formula, it was definitely an unordinary formula. Whoosh! Chen Feng directly inserted the chip into his wristband. Bang! A huge amount of data rushed into his wristband. Diafox gene formula. Difficulty 4-star. Class E. Function: activating the Diafox gene, in a short period of time, reduces the agility attribute by 100 points, reduces the physique attribute by 100 points, reduces the strength attribute by 100 points, and increases the spirit attribute by 300 points. Attribute changer. Chen Feng's heart jolted. A consumable reagent? If this gene reagent was used together with the Grendragon gene. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This had to be a top-notch formula prepared by the Wang family for Wang. Unfortunately, it was now in his hands. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Let me be the one to display its power, then. This gene was incredibly powerful, especially for people like Chen Feng and Wang, whose main attribute was spirit. It was able to unleash a terrifying power to a certain extent. Come. Chen Feng started his research. In 2 days, Chen Feng grasped this formula. In 3 days, under the assistance of Xiaoying and luck values, Chen Feng had gained an initial mastery over this formula. His success rate had, with difficulty, increased from 0% to a range of 15% to 20%. Next, Chen Feng started rushing it. Fail, fail, fail. Success. Countless failures with occasional successes in between. Not leaving his house, Chen Feng sunk into a crazy production mode. Time passed quietly. There were only 3 days left on the countdown screen. At this time, Chen Feng had finally left his room for the first time. During this half-month, he had finally mastered this formula. On his status window, his production level had finally reached the qualification to register, 20 stars. Naturally, his true level had far exceeded this level. I can now sign up for it. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotion. Whoosh! He turned his screen on, entered the sign-up interface, and entered his personal details. Ding! Registration successful. Currently, at the Gene Production Association, a staff member was arranging the registration details when a warning window popped out. Warning: irregular data detected. Requesting human judgment. Irregular data? The staff member blanked momentarily. Whoosh! He refreshed the data in front of him. Next, he saw a peculiar data that he had never seen before. A fresh 20-star production level, fulfilling the requirements. However, 10 stars were from F-class formulas, while the remaining 10 stars were from E-class formulas. Wait. The staff member nearly thought he had seen wrongly. What bizarre circumstances was this? E-class formula. This was something only intermediate or peak beginner producers were qualified to touch. Now, it had actually been mastered by a beginner producer with only a 10-star production level. One needed to know that, among the producers studying E-class formulas, there were people who had at least an 80-star production level. No wonder the system had failed to judge this. Something feels wrong. The staff member had a bitter expression on his face. Chen Feng. He checked Chen Feng's details in the system. Whoosh! Detailed information pertaining to Chen Feng popped out. Mutated Lumber Bear gene, mutated Thunder Snake gene, mutated Gold Ant gene, obtained the praise of the deputy president. So it's a genius. The staff member was enlightened. He remembered that there indeed existed geniuses that would study all sorts of bizarre formulas, yet would only study those they believed they needed to study and would not waste any time rushing their mastery over it. Hence, despite these people being incredibly powerful, their data would say otherwise. In his eyes, Chen Feng was one such person. A genius like this. The staff member shook his head slightly. So what if he was talented? Too many such geniuses had been disqualified at the very first round due to these geniuses only being suitable for doing research. However, those who participated in the rookie competition were those with true practical strength. Chen Feng, I don't know how far you can go, Pa. The staff member approved Chen Feng's registration. At the same time, in the Wang family, Wang was fusing the final gene in his training regime. Pa. The reagent bottle in front of him exploded suddenly. Production failed. Damn it. Wang ferociously punched the table. Another failure. How many times had he failed? He couldn't even remember them anymore. Chen Feng. He clenched his teeth. Originally, he would have broken through to intermediate gene producer at the Purple Woods continent. Furthermore, he would continue improving, becoming a person of outstanding talent. However, now, it had been a month, yet he was still stuck here. Often, when he was on the verge of success, he would suddenly recall the soft whispers of Chen Feng by his ear. He felt both hatred and fear. Wang Tanhao glared at him viciously. Calm down. There are 3 more days. You must become an intermediate gene producer. Your spirit attribute is much higher than Chen Feng. What are you afraid of? Regardless of how strong his combat power is, he will still be surpassed by you. Understand? Wang Tanhao said coldly. Yes. Wang lowered his head. This idiot. Wang Tanhao felt hatred for the iron for not becoming steel one. Continue practicing. Wang Tanhao suddenly said. If you can't even surpass Chen Feng, how are you supposed to lead the Wang family to greatness? I forgot to tell you, just earlier, we received information that Chen Feng has already registered for the rookie competition. What? Wang was viciously shaken. He'd thought that he would be the only participant that was a high school graduate. After all, this was a rookie competition for those 25 years old or younger. He believed that the excellent special gene that caused his initial combat power to be almost zero was what had improved his gene production to the point where he was now nearly an intermediate gene producer. But Chen Feng, what was he relying on? He had lucked out to encounter several mutated F-class formulas. What good would that bottom-tier trash do? Son, Wang Tanhao earnestly advised, I know that you do not have the courage to contend against Chen Feng. However, this is the Gene Rookie competition. This is supposed to be your home ground. Don't you want to prove yourself? If you want to, then defeat him fair and square. Wang Tanhao said passionately. All right. Wang's blood boiled. He figured it out. Chen Feng possessed strong combat power. But so what? As long as he did not fight Chen Feng, wouldn't it be fine? In the Gene Rookie competition, one would compete in gene production, not combat power. In this aspect, he was not afraid at all. Chen Feng, HMMPH. Finally, Wang regained some of his confidence. He was someone destined to lead the Wang family out of Gold City, establishing themselves internationally. How could he stop his steps for a mere, insignificant Chen Feng? During this rookie competition, he had to get into the top 10. Footnotes 1. Hatred for the iron for not becoming steel, to feel resentful towards someone for failing to meet expectations. Gold City. In the central square, the countdown had finally turned 0. The new Gene Rookie competition had finally begun. First round, city audition, picking the strongest producers among all the participants from each city to join the second round. Due to the difference in the size, number of people, culture, and difference in levels of each city, the quota of passable participants of each city was assigned in accordance with their previous competition results. Gold City only had 3 spots, while the number of participants of this city was 632 people. From the very start, the competition was already very cruel. In the virtual community, all virtual broadcast courses were halted, turning into personal streams of producers who participated in this competition. Everyone else could directly view this competition from the virtual streams. With the virtual stream technology, the viewers were almost like they were personally at the venue of the competition. This was also the grandest occasion at Gold City. At 9:30 a.m., all the participants reached the Gene Production Association punctually. Whoosh. Identity verification. Chen Feng. Verification complete. Chen Feng entered the competition area assigned to him. It was an area with a size of 9 square meters. surrounded by glass. Around him were all sorts of materials and virtual equipment. All of the equipment was set in predetermined locations and every single action of his would be streamed for the live broadcast. These are the materials used for the competition. Chen Feng looked through all the materials, trying to guess the materials that might be used. Soon, the others had entered one after another as well. Chen Feng was surprised to find that Mu Yuan and Wang were not far away from him. Chen Feng's heart jolted. What's the matter? There were over 600 participants. How could there be such a coincidence? Hold on. He recalled that Mu Yuan was not someone from Gold City. Why the heck was this guy here? I transferred my account here to this city earlier. Mu Yuan walked over and sighed as he said, there's only a quota of 2 at my clear city. Both have already been occupied. Seems like I can only come over here to see how I do here. Chen Feng, where's your face? Chen Feng felt doubtful. Why are all of you in the same arena as me? Focused individuals, Mu Yuan said in a low voice. Everyone included in the focused protection plan was placed here. Although there are a lot of participants, those able to make it to the final 3 are probably all right here. So that's the case. Chen Feng understood. Focused individuals, eh? Chen Feng contemplated. At this time, Wang's gaze landed on Chen Feng. Both their gazes started crossing swords mid-air, and intense sparks resulted from it. Ah! Chen Feng looked at him as he lightly crossed his neck with his right hand, filled with killing intent. You! Wang instinctively trembled, almost peeing himself from the scare. Shortly after, he realized that Chen Feng was trying to scare him. When he finally summoned his courage to once again raise his head, he noticed the faint smile in Chen Feng's eyes. Damn it! Wang's heart jolted. Despite pretending that he wasn't bothered by it, in truth, he was extremely afraid of Chen Feng, even if they were now at the Gene Production Association. Chen Feng's extreme combat power, his unending trump cards, and his terrifying strength capable of killing D-class warriors was still causing him nightmares. Chen Feng. Wang clenched his teeth. Even if I can't defeat you, I will definitely surpass you in regard to gene production. As he thought of his improvements these days, he felt somewhat confident. Ah! Chen Feng smiled faintly, no longer bothered with Wang. Soon, Chen Feng looked at the time. At 10 sharp, the staff members of Gold City's Gene Production Association entered the arena. The one standing in front was Jiang Wei. He's the one in charge of this arena. No wonder. Chen Feng contemplated. Everyone, Jiang Wei said as he smiled, there are too many participants for this first round. Hence, we won't be conducting individual tests. Let me explain the rules and regulations of the competition. The first round is somewhat special. The chosen representative of each branch will be the one to decide the content of the competition. We won't bother telling you all how cruel a competition the Gene Rookie competition is. In order to ensure that you all survive this competition alive, we at Gold City will be focusing on one's foundation in production. This competition will be divided into 5 stages. Each of the stages will have their own points. The top 3 with the highest scores will be eligible to participate in the second round of the Gene Rookie competition. Oh yeah. Jiang Wei suddenly smiled. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with the bucket principle 1. The Gene Rookie competition is the same. Your weakness will be a deciding factor in your final results in this competition. Hence, those failing to reach 60 points in each stage will be directly eliminated from the competition. Now, we will begin the first stage. Production theory. This stage will cover all the theoretical foundation you have built in your career as a gene producer, containing the problems you might encounter in each formula or course of your gene production. The full score is 100 points, with 0.2 points per question. The time limit is half an hour. Those failing will be eliminated from the competition. What? Everyone's expression changed greatly. Half an hour, 1,800 seconds. Full score of 100 points with 0.2 per question, which meant there were 500 questions. In other words, one needed to answer a question every 3 seconds on average. Regardless of the question one faced, one must finish reading the question and answer it in 3 seconds. No time given to one to think. Hiss. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This was only the first stage, yet it had already shocked everyone. Then, a smile appeared on Jiang Wei's face. Competition begins. Whoosh. Light swirled before their eyes. In front of everyone, an illusory light window appeared. On it were the questions. One needed to choose their answers from the window in front of them. Chen Feng took a look. Somewhat simple. Whoosh. He picked his answer quickly and started seriously answering the questions. Regarding his foundation, Chen Feng was still somewhat confident. The rich theoretical knowledge the body's original owner had and the bitter studies Chen Feng had done recently gave him this confidence. Despite the high amount of questions, all of them were multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. This was something devised not only for the competition, it was also here to consolidate the producer's knowledge. From this, one could see how much thought Gold City had put into this. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone was frantically answering the questions. This was the first time they had encountered such competition. Hence, they did not have a clear idea on the height of achievements of themselves or others in this aspect. Therefore, all of them were seriously answering the questions. Currently, at the live stream area of Gold City in the virtual community, the order of the participants who had previously been arranged in accordance to their popularity had been instantly messed up and started being rearranged in accordance to their individual scores in this competition. In 20 minutes, the top scorer had already accumulated a score of 80. Everyone entered his virtual stream and, like they were physically there, started looking at him with their own eyes not far away from him. As they watched him, they found that he had only used 1 second for each question. Too powerful. This guy seems like someone from the Wang family. Damn, these rich kids have indeed prepared themselves well. This person was indeed Wang. His strong spiritual energy gave him a much better memory. Those vague or fleeting thoughts that flashed through in his mind could be easily grasped, helping him to greatly surpass an ordinary person. At the same time, the second-ranked person was relentlessly pursuing his score as well. Whoosh, whoosh. The competition was still progressing. Chen Feng frowned slightly. It's getting somewhat hard. The initial questions were somewhat simple. However, toward the end, the questions were becoming more and more difficult. Up until now, there were even some questions that Chen Feng could not understand. What was vexing was the fact that there were too many fill-in-the-blank questions. As for multiple-choice questions, this was not a problem at all for Chen Feng. Chen Feng was sure that, if he had been transmigrated to this world earlier to participate in the high school final examinations, he might even have become a top scorer or something. Releasing a book on the secrets of scoring in examinations or something. With his luck aura, he could simply guess his way to become a top scorer. Pity. Chen Feng sighed endlessly. He looked at his score, 58 points. Chen Feng sighed. I have still overestimated myself. He had truly worked hard recently. However, he had not expected that his level would only barely be sufficient to pass this. From the time when he was still an aspiring gene producer till now, less than 3 months had passed. His path had been too fast and rushed. Despite his production level being sufficient, his knowledge in regard to gene production was still somewhat lacking compared to these youths participating in this competition. Most of the producers were between 23 and 25 years old. Chen Feng was only 18 years old. And he had only been in this profession for less than 3 months. Whoosh. Another multiple-choice question that he did not know the answer to appeared. After thinking about it, Chen Feng decided to give up on it instead of wasting his luck values. Since he had a sufficient score to pass this stage, there was no need to waste his luck values here. Catching the attention of others with a high score, he wasn't in a hurry to do that. The Gene Rookie competition was a production competition through and through. However, the first round audition done by the branches had actually decided to let them compete in their foundations. For Chen Feng, this was extremely unfavorable. Despite his ability, if his foundations were not sufficient, he would get eliminated during this round, losing the opportunity to participate in the actual Gene Rookie competition. Hence, he had to save his luck values, saving them for the crucial moments. 500 points. Chen Feng looked at his luck value. After 1 whole month, he had only managed to save 500 points of luck value. Hopefully, this would be sufficient to support him until the end of the competition. This was his only trump card capable of helping him make a comeback. Time passed. The 30 minutes ended quickly and the results of the first stage were announced. Number 1, Zhang Lin with 96 points. Number 2, Wang with 92 points. Chen Feng had a score of 60 points with a rank in the 200s. Mu Yuan, on the other hand, had 90 marks yet was only ranked 13, failing to enter the top 10. Wang actually got number 2. Chen Feng was astonished. It was inevitable for Wang to have better foundations than him. After all, he had only been a producer for less than 3 months, while Wang had become a producer 2 years ago. They were simply in a different league. For Wang to get the number 2 ranking, he found this interesting. Your improvement is quite fast. Chen Feng had a toying smile on his face. Foundation was still a foundation. in the end, especially the theoretical part of it. Regardless of the methods used for the competition, ultimately, they would still need to start producing genes. This was what Chen Feng was waiting for. From the available 3 quotas, he had to get his hands on one of them. Footnotes 1. Bucket principle: the capacity of a bucket is determined by its shortest plank. Therefore, the overall capacity of the whole bucket will be impacted if there is one short plank. Where did all these freaks come out from? Mu Yuan had a dumbfounded expression on his face. He was already a beginner producer with 80 stars, yet he couldn't even enter the top 10. What a scam. One needed to know that only 3 spots were available for Gold City. If this continued, he would not even get a single one of the available spots. Mu Yuan wept tearlessly. Is there any need for this to be so hard? When he entered the Gene Rookie competition the previous year, this was what happened. This year, it was still the same. He looked at the information for the top 2 rankers. Wang, 18 years old, and Jiang Lin, 22 years old. Both were younger than him. The youngsters nowadays were so terrifying. The geniuses of Gold City were even more terrifying than those at Clear City. Damn it. If he had known earlier, would he have bothered with transferring his account over here? Currently, the number of people in the live stream area of Gold City's virtual community numbered in the millions. The citizens of Gold City were looking at the 2 who ranked high above with a stunned expression. Compared to Jiang Lin, Wang appeared to be the one who had truly shone. That was because he was only 18 years old, 4 years younger than Jiang Lin. So young. Nowadays, even 18-year-olds dare to join the competition? Oh, right, I heard that recently, there was something called the strongest gene that was rather popular. Chen Feng. Oh, yes. Is he in this competition? Instinctively, everyone searched for Chen Feng's name. Surprisingly, they found it. However, when they opened his information with excitement, they found that Chen Feng was ranked in the 200s. This 60 points, barely passing. He is, after all, a commoner. Compared to someone from an influential family like Wang Yi, it's not the same. True. Everyone sighed. With this result, Chen Feng might be eliminated in the next stage, right? This extinguished the flame in the hearts of those commoners that helped for a commoner to make a comeback against the wealthy. They had indeed been too wishful. Currently, at the Gene Production Association, with the announcement of the results, the elimination began. Out of 632 participants, only 310 remained. 322 participants were eliminated. Looking at the empty arena, everyone felt a chilling cold in their heart. Then, let's begin the second stage, Zhang Wei said indifferently, dealing with unexpected incidents. The first stage was on theoretical foundations. However, there were things that couldn't be theorized. If one were to encounter an unexpected incident with a low probability of appearance, how would they deal with it? Whoosh! Lights whirled. The scene before everyone's eyes changed as they entered the virtual world. Hum. The lights surrounding them flickered. A fully equipped production environment appeared before them. All sorts of materials and incubator liquid were fully prepared. Even the production process was half done. At this time, bang! One of the reagents exploded abruptly. Time froze. In this situation, how should one deal with it? Zhang Wei's cold voice resounded in their ears. In half an hour, 10 unexpected scenarios will be simulated. Solving one scenario will grant 10 points. Those failing will be eliminated. As the participants heard this, they immediately started anxiously solving the problem presented to them. Some of them had had similar previous experiences, so they were able to easily solve the problem presented to them. As for Chen Feng, he stood there with a dumbfounded expression. What was this? In a normal production, such a scenario could happen? He was totally unaware of it. Despite only having less than 3 months' experience, Chen Feng's success rate was so terrifying that it caused one's hair to stand up in anger. Even when he was grinding his formulas, he would use his luck value to reach a certain mastery over the formula before starting his grind. The various problems one might encounter when they first started with a certain formula were something that he had never encountered. How should he deal with this? Chen Feng tried solving the problem with his own methods. Bang! The whole thing exploded. First unexpected scenario, fail. Chen Feng, damnable unexpected scenario. Was he in the wrong for having too high of a success rate? Chen Feng was too tired to even berate this method of competition. However, he was aware that it was normal for an average person to encounter these scenarios. Dealing with such scenarios was something a producer had to learn. He had to pass this stage. Let's give it another try. Chen Feng tried again. Bang! Second unexpected scenario, fail. Attempting once again, bang. Third unexpected scenario, fail. Is it really so hard? Chen Feng felt his head aching. Another attempt, bang. Fourth unexpected scenario, fail. Chen Feng. 4 attempts, 0 successes. He was now certain that his production methods were simply an exotic existence in itself. However, if this continued, he would be eliminated. Currently, Jiang Wei and some other people were paying attention to Chen Feng as well. After all, the name of the strongest gene and Chen Feng was too popular nowadays. However, they did not expect that Chen Feng actually lacked experience in this aspect. He's going to get eliminated. Jiang Wei shook his head. He believed that Chen Feng had better talent and accomplishments compared to Wang. However, he required time. Let's watch Wang instead. Jiang Wei switched his stream and started watching Wang's stream. A lot of the people here thought the same thing and left one after another. None noticed the gold glint that had flickered in Chen Feng's pupils before disappearing. Luck aura, activate. It begins. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. In front of him was another unexpected scenario. Due to a certain newbie's mistake, 2 different genes had reacted erroneously. Now, Chen Feng had to use his knowledge to remedy this. How should he remedy this? In all honesty, Chen Feng had no idea. Anyway, he simply needed to ensure the success of this production for this question to be considered solved, right? If so, let's begin, then. Based on his understanding, an erroneous gene reaction during this step would cause the production success rate to greatly decrease, affecting the production greatly such that it was near impossible for it to be successful. However, there was still a chance of success. Right? Whoosh. Chen Feng forcefully fused these genes. Production successful. 1 point of luck value used. Done. Chen Feng calmly submitted the completed reagent. Whoosh. Light swirled before his eyes. The 5th unexpected scenario, complete. Next. The 6th unexpected scenario appeared. In an experimental production, due to the unsuitable environment, some particles that couldn't be seen with the naked eye had fallen into the incubator liquid. This was also the only condition available for the producer. Hence, one needed to look for a way to destroy these unwanted particles so that they couldn't affect the gene breeding process. Chen Feng thought of it. The regular method seemed to be something like in accordance to the parameter of the incubator liquid. Create something that would not cause any harm to the incubator liquid yet be able to destroy those particles? Or, there was other method? Chen Feng lacked understanding on such unexpected scenarios. However, when the gene was undergoing the fusion process, as long as the particles obediently hide themselves at the corner of the incubator liquid so that they wouldn't affect the gene breeding process, wouldn't everything be fine? Feasible. Whoosh. Once again, Chen Feng forced the fusion. 6th unexpected scenario, complete. Done. Chen Feng was calm. The 7th time, 8th time, 9th time. Chen Feng was going full throttle. Soon, the second stage of the competition ended. Number 1, Jiang Lin, 10 successes. Number 2, Wang, 10 successes. Results announced. Out of the remaining 310 participants, 157 were eliminated. Only 153 remaining. Less than half of the original participants remained. Another round of cruel elimination. However, at this time, before Jiang Wei and the rest had the opportunity to lament the cruelty of the competition, with a dumbfounded expression, they stared at the name that appeared on the last place, Chen Feng. He had not been eliminated? Jiang Wei's face was filled with question marks. Chen Feng. Didn't he fail 4 times in a row right off the bat? What's happening? A lot of viewers watching the live stream were confused as well. They remembered that Chen Feng had encountered 4 failures in a row right off the bat, causing a lot of people to lose hope. How was he still the person in the last place? This was illogical. Check what happened. Some couldn't understand and took out Chen Feng's records. What they saw next was the most ridiculous method of handling unexpected incidents they had ever seen in their life. The method being not handling the incident, fusing forcefully and succeeding forcefully. What's happening? The viewers had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. This should be his genetic ability, a staff member said calmly. Nowadays, everyone possessed genetic abilities. A lot of people possessed genetic abilities capable of assisting in gene production. Some were abilities used in the digitized world, while some were abilities used during the fusion process. This Chen Feng clearly possessed a similar genetic ability. So that's the case. Everyone felt enlightened. However, this was only the second stage and he was already forced to the point where his genetic ability needed to be used. This proved that the level of this Chen Feng guy wasn't particularly high. He will probably fail to get through the third stage. That's for sure. Barely passing every single time. Everyone shook their head. And now, the third stage, begun. This stage will be about spiritual control. In the Jinroki competition, spiritual control is extremely important. One could even increase one's spiritual control at the last minute to improve one's production skills. This stage will be very simple. There are only 100 points and 0 points. After 3 minutes, the surviving ones will pass. Shwa. Just as Jiang Wei said those words, the scene before everyone's eyes changed once again. The virtual world took shape. Their surroundings become a vast ocean. Over 100 producers floated on the sea, standing only on a lone plank. What situation is this? Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. Surviving? What does that mean? Suddenly, the seawater became lively. Drops of seawater splashed around, a dreadful sound coming from them. Something seemed to be seriously wrong with the water here. Once one fell into it, one would certainly die. One only needs to survive the sea waves. However, how does this relate to spiritual control? Just as Chen Feng was feeling doubtful, a crack appeared on the plank below him, slowly spreading. Not good. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Spiritual energy spread out. The plank that was going to break into pieces was forced together again under the control of spiritual energy, appearing like a brand new plank. So this is how it works. Chen Feng felt enlightened, using spiritual energy to control the plank so that it wouldn't break into pieces. When under such an extreme control of spiritual energy, along with the unending sea waves, the pressure on one's spiritual control would increase with time. The moment one couldn't hold on any longer, one would fall into the sea and die. This would also eliminate those producers whose spirit attribute was too low in an indirect manner. An act of killing two birds with one stone. Bang! The seawater became violent. Splash! One producer after another started falling into the sea. Elimination. This was what true elimination looked like. The seawater was still increasing in violence. On the sea surface, Wang was seated cross-legged. The plank below him was still and unmoving. His extremely powerful spiritual energy ensured his dominance over everyone else, becoming someone none could surpass. At around the 2-minute mark, once again, a group of people started falling into the sea. Some used their genetic ability to forcefully enhance their spiritual control. However, some of them still ended up eliminated due to the duration of their spiritual control enhancement being too short. Out of 153 participants, only 82 remained. The elimination continued. A crisp sound could be heard. Chen Feng cursed inwardly as he couldn't keep the plank below him together any longer. Despite his bitter training during this period of time that had increased his spirit attribute to 250 points, the rapid speed of increase had also caused him to be somewhat lacking in terms of spiritual control. He was even worse off than Mu An. I can't hold on any longer. Chen Feng's heart jolted. The Aurora reagent would increase his spiritual control to the limits. However, in the first round, usage of gene reagents was prohibited. Furthermore, the Aurora reagent only had a duration of 10 seconds anyway. Currently, Jiang Wei and the rest had also noticed the broken plank below Chen Feng. It was broken, and the crack was still spreading without stop. After a few more seconds, the cracks would definitely turn the plank into countless fragments, causing Chen Feng to fall into the sea, closing the curtain of the current competition on him. Chen Feng. Mu Yuan was somewhat anxious. He was aware of how powerful Chen Feng was. However, Chen Feng was, after all, still too new a producer. Hence, his foundations were somewhat lacking. If he failed this stage, he would be in trouble. Another crisp sound. The single plank below Chen Feng had broken into around 7 or 8 pieces, and could break off totally at any time. This won't do. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. The seawater was too violent. If this continued, he would only die. What should he do? Luck value? Useless. In this situation where only pure force was required, luck value wouldn't have too much of an impact. If he used them to affect the reality instead, his 500 points of luck value might be exhausted instantly. That would truly be a dishonest amount of exhaustion. Spiritual control. Plank. Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. Why must he insist on using spiritual control? As long as the plank didn't break, Wouldn't it be fine? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Shwa. Chen Feng squatted down and pressed his right palm on the plank. One wind blade after another was shot out of his hand. The wind blades were in liquid form that clung onto the plank. Next, ice blades shot out, freezing the whole plank. The wooden plank instantly transformed into something as firm as an iron plank. Seawater, hee, bang, bang. The sea waves become even fiercer. The plank with countless cracks below Chen Feng attracted a lot of attention. A lot of viewers were waiting for the disintegration of Chen Feng's plank. However, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Right until the last seconds, Chen Feng still remained. Finally, the 3 minutes ended. Chen Feng had smoothly survived till the end. Everyone had a dumbfounded expression on their face. Even with that, the plank did not break off. Are you joking? One needed to know that, despite the plank being something specially created for this competition, the seawater was also something specially created for this competition. Based on what they observed from those who had fallen into the sea, as long as cracks started appearing on the plank, a chain effect would be created, resulting in the plank breaking into pieces. It was something one couldn't stop unless one used their spiritual energy to control it and hold them together forcefully. However, Chen Feng's plank, which had already split into 7 or 8 pieces, still lasted till the end. What on earth was going on? Everyone was confused. I keep having a feeling that something is wrong, some people muttered. Yeah? If it wasn't for the whole thing being streamed live, I would have thought that he cheated, some muttered. However, no matter what, Chen Feng had survived till the end. The third stage ended. Out of 153 participants, only 42 remained. Another round of dreadful rate of elimination. Alright, everyone. I congratulate you all for passing the third stage. Next will be the fourth stage, power of observation. It is very normal for problems to arise when one is in process of producing genes. Some errors can be remedied. You have all encountered these situations in the second stage. However, some errors simply can't be remedied. As long as one encounters such errors, they will fail their production. Hence, this will depend on your power of observation, to notice the problem in advance and deal with it in advance, destroying the error in its infancy. Understand? Zhang Wei smiled as he looked at them in front of him. Then, the fourth stage will begin. 10 incidents will be simulated. Each successful incident will grant 10 points. Those failing will be eliminated. Shwa. The scene before everyone changed and the stage begun. Lights swirled around Chen Feng. The virtual scene formed. It was a scene where a production was in progress. Lumber bear gene. A gene that Chen Feng was extremely familiar with. Seemed like the gene used for this stage was the easier genes among those the participants had mastered. First step, gene search. No problems found. Second step, gene reaction. No problems found. Third step, gene fusion. No problems found. Sealing the gene reagent. Bang! The gene reagent exploded. Fail? Chen Feng was lost. This production failed. It did not make any sense. It was reasonable to say that this was a gene that he was extremely familiar with. How would it fail? Unless the hidden problem was located in the environment. The lumber bear gene had no problems in itself. However, due to a problem that existed in the environment around them, it had caused a certain problem on the gene. Next, Chen Feng entered the second virtual scenario. It was still the lumberbear gene. However, this time, the environment was different. Chen Feng's guesses were indeed correct. This so-called hidden problem was something occurring due to the environment. Let me take a good look. What is the problem here? Chen Feng sneered. Production, observation. Carefully, Chen Feng did everything step by step. However, he still failed to find any problems. Production complete, sealing the reagent. Bang! Gene exploded. Fail. Chen Feng. What damnable situation was it actually? The third scenario, fourth scenario. Every single time, the environment would be different. Chen Feng had also finally found some situations that would probably cause problems. However, it was pointless. He had no idea how those problems could be solved. Based on his guesses, each of the simulated environment would have different effects on the gene produced. If one wanted to produce successfully, one had to locate the particles in the environment capable of affecting the production before eliminating the particles. However, all of this was something Chen Feng did not know how to do. The same situation again. Chen Feng felt his head aching. Encountering such problems, even if he were to use the luck aura, he would still need to think of how the luck aura should be used, as his luck aura's usage required his guidance. His next failure would result in his elimination. I need to think of something. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Far away from him, Mu Yuan was encountering the same issue as Chen Feng. However, light swirled in both his eyes as he activated his genetic ability, Quick Eyes, which greatly increased his power of observation, helping him to instantly discover the problem. Here, he easily found the particle. Production success. Increased difficulty. Mu Yuan sneered. Nothing could hide before his quick eyes. At the same time, in the area, everyone displayed their abilities. Facing these problems that were almost untraceable, only by depending on extremely powerful observation and one's rich production experiences could one solve the problems. Some considered the problem from all possible angles. Some rushed rapidly. Wang Jianglin. Each and every single one of the participants pushed their limits. At this time, Zhang Wei's gaze landed on Chen Feng once again. 4 fails. Exactly the same as the previous stages. He did not find this surprising, as Chen Feng traveled a completely different path than Wang. If one insisted on analyzing it, Wang was akin to someone meeting all the official standards, while Chen Feng was an unorthodox existence. However, regardless of how unorthodox one was, one's foundations had to reach a certain level, or else it would be too easy for one to fail unexpectedly on the verge of success. This was the true purpose of this round of competition. One who only knew how to produce, that was unacceptable. Those who had not experienced the Gene Rookie competition would have no idea how cruel the competition was. In the competition, one might even die. Comparatively, the round of competition these people were going through currently was too simple. The reason one's foundation was used as the criteria for elimination during this round was to protect this bunch of producers who were still not particularly powerful. Chen Feng. Zhang Wei concentrated his gaze. In the virtual community, a lot of viewers noticed Chen Feng's current plight. Just like the previous times, he met 4 failures. This time, a lot of those who had left earlier during the previous stages refused to leave no matter what. I refuse to believe that he will still succeed with this. Yeah, let's sit and wait for his next failure. Countless people spectated him. What was there to watch with Wang succeeding every single time had instead made it something boring to watch. Instead, it was the Chen Feng who had managed to survive the elimination that had become the highlight. What was interesting was that, due to this bizarre situation, the live stream of Chen Feng, a person who was at the bottom rankings in the competition, had actually increased in popularity, exceeding Wang. At the same time, Chen Feng's 5th scenario began. It's starting. Everyone was excited. As viewers, they possessed a field of vision akin to a god and were able to clearly see the hidden problems of the simulated environment. Furthermore, they could even know when the problematic particles would sneak into the genes. They found the bitter expression on the face of the producers who failed to discover the problems amusing to watch. In the simulated scenario, Chen Feng walked to the center of the area. He took out the materials and started his production. At this moment, everyone could clearly see some shiny particles sneaking into the lumber bear blood essence. Here it comes. Everyone was excited. This was exactly the same situation as the first scenario Chen Feng had encountered here. These particles would sneak into the blood essence, altering the lumber bear gene. If one failed to discover these particles at this point, the subsequent production would simply fail. Chen Feng continued his production. He did not discover it. 6,666,666 1. Seems like there's no escaping getting eliminated this time. I'm fainting. I was expecting him to discover the problem. Everyone was speechless. Subsequently, they saw Chen Feng complete the production as usual. He's going to fail. Seems like Chen Feng is going to get eliminated for real. Sigh. Continuous failures like this. Why hasn't he improved at all? Everyone had a feeling of hating the iron for not becoming steel too. Chen Feng started sealing the produced gene. Production successful. The virtual scenario started its adjustment. ? Everyone widened their eyes abruptly. What was going on? It succeeded. Shit. How was that possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. They could vividly remember that Chen Feng had not done anything to that particle. They had clearly seen those particles sneaking into the blood essence. What was going on? Those particles are capable of altering a certain part of the lumber bear gene's formula. The production shouldn't have remained fine. Everyone muttered. Too mystical. Everyone started spreading the news and Chen Feng's live stream become even more popular. I refuse to believe he can still do it. Pay more attention during the next scenario. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Sixth scenario began. This time, the particles sneaked into the gene during the gene reaction stage. These particles were supposed to react with the gene, altering them once more. However, it was ineffective. Chen Feng completed his production calmly and succeeded. Another success. Everyone was stupefied. What damnable situation was this? Seventh scenario, eighth scenario, ninth scenario. Different environments. Different particles, desert, cold environment. All sorts of bizarre environments appeared. However, they were all ineffective. Chen Feng seemed to be immune to those particles. Whatever particles entered his world would be rendered ineffective, allowing all his productions to be successful. How is this possible? None could understand what's happening. Look at Mu Yuan. When he eliminated the particles, it was clear for everyone to see. He had utilized quick eyes, letting the viewers know that the particles couldn't hide from him, and they ended up getting destroyed by him. The others were using their own different methods, depending on either their ability or experiences. Chen Feng, however, was the only one who solved the problem without a trace or clue as to how he did it. One could also say that he hadn't discovered the particles at all. Genetic ability? How is it possible for him to have so many genetic abilities? Don't forget he is only E-class. Alright? Everyone was speechless. At the same time, in the Gold City's branch of Gene Production Association, the staff member responsible for the virtual programs of the competition noticed this. The chain of reports caused him to believe that a bug had appeared in his programs. What's the situation? Somewhat dazed, the staff member finished reading all the reports. Ineffective? He checked the data. There's nothing wrong. At least, the data shown on the display window was correct. These particles were specially prepared gene particles, hence, they could react with genes easily. Furthermore, they possessed tracking abilities as well. For example, the special particles in the scenarios generated for Chen Feng. The staff member checked and found that almost all of these particles possessed a certain level of tracking and identifying ability. They would automatically avoid other genes, looking for the lumber bear's gene before reacting with that gene to alter its nature. This was one of the most common interference programs of the simulation program. It was impossible to generate such scenarios in the real world. However, in the virtual world, simulating a scenario was something easily accomplishable. These special particles were extremely lively and intelligent. As long as they entered the simulated digitized world, they would absolutely succeed. Ineffective? Impossible. There was some problem with Chen Feng. The staff member's expression became solemn. Some people indeed possessed genetic abilities suitable for cheating. However, due to the sheer size of the Gene Production Association, none dared to do this so as to avoid provoking them. The staff member sneered. Interesting. There's one more scenario. He looked at it. Chen Feng had finished 9 of his scenarios. There was still one final scenario. Activate tracer particle, the staff member said calmly. Tracer particle activated. A cold, mechanical sound replied. Shwa. A special particle activated its tracing mode. Trailing behind the particles in the environment, they entered Chen Feng's digitized world. With the tracer particle, every single particle there was incomparably distinct. The staff member sneered. Let me see clearly. How are you cheating? 10 environmental particles, 1 tracer particle. On the huge screen in the office, every single movement of these particles was being recorded. The staff member did not even blink. The particles entered the blood essence smoothly, seeking the gene. Shwa, shwa. The environmental particles were searching for their target gene non-stop. Ding. A light sound. Found it. The environmental particles found a certain gene particle of the lumber bear gene and streaked over in excitement. However, right at this moment, an astonishing thing happened. The initial solemn expression of the staff member was replaced with a blank expression. Shit, this. The staff member's mouth was opened so wide a goose egg could be stuffed into it, and his mouth remained so for a long time. God. What had he seen? Those environmental particles with a specific mission had actually been intercepted by other genes, resulting in a forced reaction with the other genes, causing them to fail their mission? The staff member was stupefied. He was truly stupefied. He had been employed here for several decades, yet he had never seen something so astonishing. This was how his program was set. The target gene in the lumberbear gene would be set as a beautiful woman, while the environmental particles would be set as a handsome guy. These handsome guys would be in charge of dealing with these beautiful women, causing her to lose her effectiveness. However, before the handsome guy had managed to approach the beautiful woman, the handsome guy was dragged away forcefully and ravaged. The staff member remained in a stupor for a long time. What damnable situation was this? An ordinary person would deal with the problem when they encountered one. There were also some who destroyed the problem in its cradle in a mechanical fashion. As for Chen Feng, he had crushed the problem in its infancy. Footnotes 1. As mentioned in previous chapters, this is equivalent to GG, well played. 2. To feel resentful for someone for not meeting expectations. The fourth stage ended. The originally 42 remaining participants had been reduced to the sad amount of 12 participants. What everyone felt curious about was the fact that Chen Feng was still among these survivors, and he still maintained his borderline passing score. What's the situation? Chen Feng is still in it. I heard he succeeded 6 times in a row. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. There were some who were unsatisfied and reported him for cheating. However, in a short time, the staff members replied that no problems were found on how Chen Feng worked. Chen Feng entered the 5th stage successfully. This guy. Everyone was shocked. All right, everyone, Zhang Wei said indifferently. My congratulations for entering the final stage. You have all passed the foundational examinations. Everyone here is quite the capable individual. For the final stage, it will be a true gene production. We will provide the formulas and materials and you all will be producing it. I don't care whether you are beginner producers or intermediate producers. You must all guarantee 100% success rate for F-class formula. Hence, this time, the formula we provide will be an ordinary F-class formula. 60 points for successful production. Subsequently, an evaluation committee of 10 gene producers will be in charge of grading you all, deciding your final scores. The full score available, 100 points. Zhang Wei finished saying the rules. Almost everyone instinctively looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was finished. Everyone had an odd expression. What's up? There were some who had yet to realize what's going on. Take a look at the scores yourself, one of them said softly. Ah? He instinctively looked at the total scores and his expression changed greatly. Total scores. First place, Zhang Lin, 346 points. Second place, Wang, 342 points. Third place, Mu Yuan, 330 points. Fourth place, Li Si, 320 points. The main point was Chen Feng's score being 280 points, 3 times with 60 points and the 100 points of the 3-minute plank stage, a total of 280 points. A grand total of 50 points less than the third placeholder, Mu Yuan. This data, in other words, Mu Yuan only needs 50 points and Chen Feng will be out of here. Some realized the crux. Indeed, even if 50 points was a failing score, ultimately, however, the rankings would be decided by the total scores. Regardless of the results of other participants, Chen Feng was too far away from Mu Yuan. What was the concept of 50 points? Mu Yuan only needed to produce his gene successfully to get 60 points. As for Chen Feng, even if he get the full score of 100 points, it would still be pointless for him unless Mu Yuan failed his production. However, even if Mu Yuan were to be so incredibly unlucky as to fail his production, the fourth placeholder's score of 320 points was also something Chen Feng couldn't catch up to even if he were to get full scores for this round. There were also those at the 5th place, 6th place. As long as one of them succeeded in their production, Chen Feng would not be placed into the top 3 even if he got the full 100 points. This, everyone finally understood. Chen Feng had actually gotten himself eliminated in such a manner, despite passing every stage to reach the final stage. Due to their total scores being too low, they did not even have the qualifications to try challenging the top 3 ranks. In all honesty, those qualified to fight for the top 3 positions were only the current top 6 rankers. The remaining 6, Chen Feng included, were merely cannon fodder. To get eliminated in such a manner, nothing can be done about it. He's too young. He is, after all, different than Wang. Everyone sighed with regret. Currently, Chen Feng had an odd expression on his face as well. That was because the Wang, who had been terrified for a long time, to the point where he did not have the courage to look face to face with Chen Feng, had actually taken the initiative to walk to him and start comforting him. That's right, comfort. Giving up just like this. I'm looking forward to you grabbing third place. After finishing, Wang turned around and left. Chen Feng. Comfort? Indeed, Wang had comforted him. Despite Chen Feng appeared to be someone whose elimination was sure, there was still a chance. The 100 available points were assigned based on the parameters set by the result of the produced reagent. Reagents with full effectiveness would be given a score of 100. If so, what about those that exceeded this effectiveness? He would receive extra points. For example, mutation. This was Chen Feng's chance. Hence, Chen Feng believed that he only needed to produce a mutated reagent. It wouldn't be any problem for him to get the third place. However, what caused him to worry was Wang's behavior. Something is fishy. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Wang's previous horror did not appear to be something fake. However, he had suddenly manned up. Had he overdosed on Viagra? Wang had actually comforted him. It probably wasn't as simple as overdosing on Viagra. He had probably taken the wrong medicine. This won't do. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Too passive. He did not have the resources of the Wang family. He did not have any influence either. He had always been a lone ranger. However, the lack of information caused him to feel extremely passive. He needed to think of something. Luck value? Nope. His current luck values were too low. The moment it was applied to affect reality, 500 points of luck value were simply akin to a drizzle, fully exhausted within minutes. What to do? Then, Chen Feng suddenly recalled Genji's ability. Sky Symphony. Naturally, he did not have this ability. However, was there such an ability within the illusionary snake gene? Let's try. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Myriad illusions. Luck aura. Activate. Chen Feng instinctively released a translucent wind blade. The wind blade blended into his body instantly. At this instant, Chen Feng felt that countless voices and sounds could be heard. Everything within 100 meters was akin to something right beside his ear. Done. Chen Feng steadied his heart. Indeed, a scouting-related gene indeed existed within myriad illusions. It was somewhat weak, though. Chen Feng's current spiritual energy was too weak. The genes he was able to utilize would be the genes with spirit requirements that were lower than his current spiritual energy. Furthermore, the ability was fused into Wind Blade. As such, it had an extremely weak effect. A 2-star secret art in Chen Feng's hand only possessed a hearing distance of a short 100 meters. Too weak. This won't do. Chen Feng started thinking. What if another one was added on top of it? Shwa. A second same wind blade appeared. As it blended into his body, his original hearing distance of 100 meters increased to 200 meters. Extremely formidable. Feasible. Chen Feng was excited. Did this not signify that, in the future, he would possess scouting abilities? He, as a lone person, was equivalent to a genetic squad. Then, let me try and see how powerful you are. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning. Shwa. A succession of wind blades were unleashed within his body. Luck aura was fully activated. In a split second, 100 wind blades blended with his body. Chen Feng had the sensation that, at this instant, he had come into possession of a god's vision. Everything within 10,000 meters was akin to something right beside his ear. So powerful. Chen Feng's heart trembled. Wang family. Wang's behavior caused him to instinctively focus on the Wang family. Vaguely, he could hear some indistinct voices. Chen Feng. Too abnormal. Must die. Digital attack. This was Wang Tanhao's voice. I can't. However, Wang can. This was the voice of that chrysanthemum freak he met previously. Who was it? An abrupt shout. Chen Feng's listening in was forcefully ended. Gold City. Wang family. HMMPH. Wang Tanhao had an unsightly expression. There is actually someone spying in this place? No worries. Oldham sneered. With the barrier I placed, there are less than 3 in Gold City capable of listening into our conversation. And among them, none are able to hide it from me. This is true indeed. Wang Tanhao's expression eased. Wang will still be counting on your guidance. Don't worry, Oldham sneered. That brat shattered one of my plum blossom imprint. This time, I must take care of him. As long as he dares to start producing gene, I will assure his death. Currently, at the competition, an odd smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Due to his opponent's barrier, he couldn't hear much. Due to his opponent being too strong, his listening was even interrupted forcefully. However, what he had heard was sufficient. Digital attack? When reading the information related to the competitions, he came across this. This was the scariest battle during the practical part of the Gene Rookie competition. Simply put, this was simply an act of attacking and defending in the digitized world. In the cruel Gene Rookie competition, the producers might not be allowed to fight each other. However, spiritual interference was permitted. Could one imagine that, when one was gene searching, the gene fragments suddenly raged, or even started attacking the digitized world? What would happen in this situation? Death, or turning into a vegetative state. A battle happening within the digitized world could even be much crueler than a battle in reality. The digitized world was simply one's spiritual world. The gene fragments within were one's weapons. One could use spiritual energy to control these gene fragments to attack and defend. When facing such an attack, if one couldn't defeat their opponent, one had to decisively give up on the fight. This way, even if one failed, one's real body would not be affected. However, the moment one's gene fragments were destroyed and one's digitized world collapsed, one would collapse spiritually as well. One might die from this. The numbers of producers dying yearly under such circumstances during the Gene Rookie competition was so high it was uncountable. Furthermore, each year, there were people requesting for the cancellation of digital battles in the competition. However, this was an inherent part of gene production. It could be prohibited in a competition. However, in real life, who would be bothered with any prohibitions? If one couldn't even master such basic abilities, one might really die. Fortunately, such situations were not too common. Digital battles were normally a domain exclusive to advanced producers. Only very few among intermediate producers were able to perform such a feat. These people were those who had mastered such a feat by relying on the special genetic abilities they had. These kinds of people would be weak in all other aspects despite possessing the ability to engage in digital battle. In other words, those only good at only a certain aspect would not be the ones surviving till the end in this competition. However, Chen Feng had never expected Wang to be one of those who learned of ways to engage in digital battle. On top of that, Wang was actually planning to make a move on him. Where did this courage and confidence come from? Or maybe the old chrysanthemum would be the one making the move? Chen Feng smiled suddenly. Digital battle? He truly looked forward to it. Gene Production Association. The fifth stage began. Zhang Wei provided a brand new 3-star F-class gene formula and the materials for it. Earthworm's body gene. Difficulty, 3-star. Class, F. Function, using earthworm gene as the core, able to link two same F-class gene reagents together, enabling the reagents to display better effects. This was a very interesting gene. Despite having all sorts of limitations with low practicality, its research value was unquestionable. After everyone familiarized themselves with the formula, they started their production. Those capable of reaching this stage were basically those who were incredibly well practiced in F-class formulas. Ordinary F-class formulas wouldn't pose these people any problems. Everyone seriously started their production while millions of Gold City citizens viewed the competition, waiting for the 3 representatives of Gold City to emerge from this round of competition. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was somewhat half-hearted in his production. Has he given up? Sigh, nothing can be done about it. His elimination is already a sure fact. What else can he do? Everyone sighed. Chen Feng was observing Wang with the corner of his eyes. Indeed, Wang seemed busy, but in truth, he had yet to truly start his production either. He was waiting for Chen Feng. Interesting. Chen Feng smiled. So you comforted me because you were afraid that I wouldn't bother with starting my production? If that's the case, I will do as you wish. Sure. Chen Feng took the blood essence out. Bang! Light swirled before his eyes and Chen Feng entered the digitized world. His digitized world was currently in a chaotic state. The freshly extracted blood essence genes filled every nook of the vast world, wandering around unceasingly. This was an unconstructed digitized world. There was no sky. There was no earth. A vast expanse of primal chaos. Sure. Chen Feng waved his hand. He started the gene search step. However, at this very moment, bang! Crack appeared midair. A huge hole appeared in the chaotic digitized world. A lofty silhouette split his own digitized world and entered here with a plum blossom below his foot. This person was precisely Wang. Currently, at the competition venue, Jiang Wei was suddenly startled awake. Digital battle? Jiang Wei's expression changed greatly. He had never expected someone would dare to engage in digital battle in the very first round of competition. This was an act of putting one's life on the line. It was still the very first round. Are they going insane? Jiang Wei checked carefully and found with shock that it was actually Wang making a move against Chen Feng. Damn it. Jiang Wei's first reaction was to stop it. However, he was stopped by the producer beside him. It's improper, the producer said in a low voice. They haven't violated any rules, we can't get involved in it. But Jiang Wei was burning with anxiety. Chen Feng was an incredibly talented person. Despite not having any achievements in this year's competition, in the next few years, he would definitely have some accomplishments in the competition. If something happened to him now, he couldn't imagine it. Don't be reckless. The producer stopped Jiang Wei. Both are rookies that graduated from high school. What are you afraid of? I hope you're right. Jiang Wei was anxious. Rookie? Chen Feng was definitely one. However, Wang, as he recalled the conflict between Chen Feng and Wang his underlings had reported previously, he could feel that something troublesome was going to happen this time. Chen Feng, I hope you can hold on. Jiang Wei quickly submitted the report to the higher authorities, hoping that this battle could be stopped as soon as possible. Currently, in the digitized world, Wang stood on the plum blossom, akin to God's child. Chen Feng. When Wang felt the formidable power flowing within himself, he almost moaned these words out. Ha ha, do you know? I have waited for this moment for a long time, waiting to come here to kill you. He had suffered too, crushing a defeat in Chen Feng's hand, one time after another. Never a single victory. Hence, when Oldham had agreed to accompany him as he made his move, he agreed without hesitation. He knew that this was the best chance to kill Chen Feng. Is that so? Chen Feng sighed. Wang Yao should be very disappointed, right? How does this have anything to do with her? Killing intent was spilling out from Wang. If it wasn't for her help, you would have been dead a long time ago. HMMPH. In the real world, I can't kill you. However, we are now in the digitized world. Here is my home ground. Bang! The empty space started collapsing while Wang's digitized world descended. Instantly, both digitized worlds overlapped with each other. Different from Chen Feng's chaotic digitized world, Wang's digitized world was something that already had a basic foundational structure, despite the structures being rather crude. Bang! Earth formed under their feet. In the sky, the doubled amount of genes mixed together, wandering around the air. Due to the appearance of unfamiliar auras around them, the original genes of both digitized worlds started becoming irritated and unstable. Gene mix. This was the collision of two digitized worlds. Condense. Wang pointed midair. Gene fragments started condensing and formed a light sword in Wang's hand. The sword flashed. A huge amount of gene fragments were crushed. This was an attacking method used in the digitized world, and also an aspect where Wang was superior to Chen Feng. He was sure that Chen Feng had definitely not learnt something regarding to this aspect. First, destroying your genes. Next, killing you. Wang sneered. The plum blossom below his foot shone brightly, illuminating the whole digitized world. This is. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Ha ha. Wang laughed heartily. The whole digitized world has been locked by me. You won't be able to escape. Here, I will destroy everything you have, destroying you forever. So this was the case. Chen Feng looked at the plum blossom below Wang. Interesting. Is this something that belonged to that old man? Another group of genes were destroyed by Wang. He looked at Chen Feng with an odd expression. Are you not afraid? He had an odd feeling. Chen Feng was too calm. From the very beginning, Chen Feng was not flustered at all at his act of stepping into the digitized world or him using the plum blossom's power to lock both their digitized world. Why should I be afraid? Chen Feng smiled as he said, you are here to deliver your death. What should I be afraid of? Deliver my death? Wang sneered. You indeed have a deep understanding of the digitized world. Hence, you are not startled by all this. You believe that you have a trump card, so there is no need to be afraid of me, right? I guessed correctly, Wang said indifferently. However, do you truly believe that I'm the only one here? The plum blossom started spinning. Light flickered, and the light shining from the plum blossom transformed into the silhouette of that old man. It's you. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. No wonder Wang was so confident. Little friend, Oldham said indifferently. You destroyed one of my plum blossom imprints. Today, I'm here to repay you. He raised his hand. The whole digitized world rocked. Despite this being a mere projection, Oldham said arrogantly, Despite me being able to only unleash a small part of my power through Wang, it is enough to kill you. Bang! Oldman's body shined brightly. Around him, countless gene fragments condensed and targeted Chen Feng. Shwa, a sword slashed down with an overwhelming might. Half the digitized world seemed to collapse under the might of this slash. This was the power of Oldman. He was far better in digital battles compared to Chen Feng and Wang Dai. The huge sword descended loudly. Ka. The air trembled. The whole digitized world trembled. Excitement was plastered all over Wang's face. This Chen Feng that had been stepping on him for so long was going to finally die. However, as he looked at him, he was immediately stupefied. The huge sword slashed downward. However, it did not land. The impressive-looking huge genetic sword had stopped right in front of Chen Feng. Countless gene fragments floated in front of Chen Feng and blocked the huge sword. Akin to a group of gene midgets, they blocked Oldman's attack. How is that possible? Oldman's expression changed slightly. How could a beginner producer like Chen Feng possess such powerful control? There were several tens of thousands of genes in a digitized world. Even he would only be able to control several thousands of these genes. As for Chen Feng, the amount of genes used during this defense alone was no less than the maximum amount he could control. Is there anything that is truly impossible? Chen Feng smiled faintly. I have been waiting for you all for a long time. Control? He did not need control. He had not learnt any digital battle techniques. However, so what? The genes itself were something that would wander around randomly. He only needed to activate his luck aura and those genes would coincidentally wander to where he needed them to be. Chen Feng might need to hold back due to various reasons in real life. He did not have sufficient luck value anyway. But here, in the digitized world, sorry, but he was undefeated here. Goodbye. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Bang! A sea of gene fragments flooded Oldman and Wang. Not good. Wang's expression changed greatly. Bang! A countless amount of genes pierced through his body. This was a digitized world. Despite being pierced by genes, he was still alive. However, he could acutely feel that his spirit body had become extremely weak. Save me, Oldman, save me. Wang looked at Oldman. However, when he turned his head around, he was alarmed to find that the Oldman that he regarded as someone omnipotent was unexpectedly fleeing as well, cutting a sorry figure as he escaped. How is this possible? He almost lost his voice. That was Oldman. Damn it. Oldman's expression was unsightly. He had indeed noticed Wang's predicament. However, what could he do? Due to the limitations of Wang's body, in order to avoid detection by the Gene Production Association, he could only store a small amount of energy in the plum blossom. Any extra energy would end up being discovered. However, even this much stored energy was already very powerful. With this, Oldman wouldn't even fear those ordinary advanced producers. However, he never imagined this. This Chen Feng, who was only a beginner producer, could actually control the whole digitized world. All the genes in the digitized world could be ordered around by him as he wished. What damnable situation was this? He had no idea. Bang! Another wave containing a huge amount of genes came crushing down on him. Oldman could only dodge in a wretched manner, one scar after another appearing on his body. They wanted to flee. However, with sorrow, they found that the whole digitized world had already been locked down by the plum blossom previously. Before the battle ended, there was simply no way of lifting the lockdown. Bang! Bang! Two more torrents of gene fragments descended upon them. Wang became even weaker from this. Chen Feng, don't kill me. Wang was horrified. I am wrong. I shouldn't have looked for you. This old man was the one who looked for my father, persuading my father to agree to this. I also refused them at that time. Don't kill me. Wang started speaking incoherently. Chen Feng merely stared at him coldly. How many times had it been? Too much of my patience has been worn down by you. Chen Feng shook his head. A current of gene fragments emerged from Chen Feng's hand. Wang retreated in a sorry manner, horror plastered all over his face. Bang! Chen Feng waved his hand. A huge volume of gene currents submerged Wang. Finally, the fleeing figure of Wang stopped. On his chest, a huge hole appeared. Wang rubbed his chest with his hand with an unbelieving expression. He was punctured. One needed to know that a spirit's body was something that would restore itself automatically. Now that his spirit's body was punctured, it could only mean that. Trembling, Wang raised his head to find that his spirit body was now almost translucent. His spiritual energy was collapsing. No, it can't be. Wang howled in a deranged manner, I can't die. I am a future expert. I am the one who will lead the Wang family to greatness. How can I die here? Ah! Chen Feng sneered. Xu. Another gene current pierced through Wang. At that, the body of the deranged Wang stopped its movement eternally. Thump. Wang fell to the ground. Bang, bang. Next, the whole digitized world started rocking. This was a world formed through the overlap of both their digitized worlds. With Wang's death, everything in his digitized world was collapsing. Some of them had also blended into Chen Feng's world permanently. Good chance. Oldham was pleasantly surprised. With Wang's death and the removal of the lockdown, he could finally escape. Shwa. A flash of light. He turned into a plum blossom and escaped frantically. However, with a wave of Chen Feng's hand, a huge volume of gene currents surrounded him, blocking all the ways out. Chen Feng, Oldham screeched. You are courting death. Scram. The glow on the plum blossom flickered unceasingly, destroying one incoming gene current after another. However, the amount of gene currents Chen Feng was capable of controlling were too much. So much that he was horrified. Even those currently masterless X-genes of Wang's had started blocking him as well. How is this possible? Oldham paled. Chen Feng could even control Wang's genes? What type of freak was this? He was aware that things were getting troublesome. If he remained, he probably wouldn't be able to escape anymore. Chen Feng's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He had to leave. A cold glint flickered in Oldham's eyes. Who? He inhaled. Chen Feng, you forced me. The plum blossom blossomed abruptly. A peculiar stamen in the core of the plum blossom started shining. It was a purple-colored orn that was flickering with a terrifying radiance, a bewitching power emitting out of it. Hum. The purple orn shone. A huge amount of gene fragments emerged at this instant. You like to control them, right? Oldham sneered. Let me see how much you can control. Bang. Countless amounts of gene fragments charged at Chen Feng. As a response, Chen Feng controlled his gene currents to block them. However, since there were too many genes this time, he nearly failed to block them. Oldham took this chance to flee quickly. However, right at this moment, a flash of red light appeared. Xu. The red light flickered. What? Before Oldham could even react to it, he discovered with horror that the gene fragments released by the purple stamen had instantly and completely disappeared. In the air, a bizarre red light was flickering unceasingly. What thing is that? Oldham was shocked. They had disappeared. Those were the total gene fragments contained in a single drop of blood essence. There were at least several tens of thousands of gene fragments there. That was his trump card in the digitized world, yet that bizarre red light had caused all of them to disappear in an instant. Xu, xu. The red mirage flickered in the air. Hua. A familiar gene current appeared and surrounded him. Seems like you won't be able to escape. Chen Feng smiled faintly as he walked on the empty air toward Oldham. Chen Feng, if you dare to kill this plum blossom, I will be hunting you until the end of times. Oldham shouted with a sharp voice. This is only a clone I left on Wang's body. Even if you were to kill this body, it's pointless. If you were to let this clone of mine leave, our grudges end here. Hee. Chen Feng sneered. Shwa. He stretched his hand and grabbed the plum blossom. Chen Feng. Oldham called ferociously. Clone, eh? Chen Feng smiled faintly. I doubt a clone could follow Wang Wen here, right? If it is a clone, why would you be so afraid? This thing here, even if it's not your main body, it is definitely something you treasure. I am very curious. If I were to crush it, what would happen? Chen Feng said toyingly. Oldham was even more horrified now. Don't you know, from the moment you appeared, pretending to be so high and above, trying to kill me, you should have thought of such an ending. Chen Feng was extremely eager to give it a try. Seeing you so afraid, I am even more curious now. You can't. Oldham's voice became rushed. Chen Feng, I am not joking. This item is my treasured object. The energy contained within is extremely terrifying. If you were to destroy it, something major will happen. So that's the case? Chen Feng was astonished. There seemed to be some degree of credibility to Oldham's words. It's true. Oldham breathed out in relief. Now that Chen Feng was willing to talk, everything would be fine. If you let go of me, catch-ah, a crisp sound. The plum blossom cracked. Hey? Chen Feng had a distracted expression on his face before he looked innocently at Oldham. I'm really sorry. My hand slipped. Chen Feng. Oldham's whole body trembled as he looked in horror at the plum blossom he had temporarily resided in. At this instant, the plum blossom had cracked into pieces and a bizarre energy started leaking out of it. Bang! Suddenly, a huge amount of energy exploded. At the same time, Gene Production Association, Gold City branch. At the competition, under the view of millions of spectators, Under the nervous gazes of Jiang Wei and the rest, an expression of pain appeared on Wang's face. Something happened. The heart of Jiang Wei and the rest jumped. From the moment Wang had initiated the digital battle, he had guessed that something might happen. However, he did not expect that the one to ultimately have something happen to him would be Wang. Screw it. Save him, Jiang Wei said urgently. Understood. The medical personnel that had been prepared in advance went over. However, right at this moment, a terrifying gush of energy bloomed in Wang's brain. That terrifying energy caused everyone there, including Jiang Wei, to have a huge change in their expressions. This gush of energy. Everyone retreated in alarm. With a loud stuffy sound, Wang's head abruptly exploded, like a crushed watermelon. Blood splattered around. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Dead? Wang had died just like that. To die in the competition at the Gene Production Association's arena. On top of it, everyone's hearts jolted violently. They knew that something major had happened. Damn it. Jiang Wei and the rest were furious. That familiar aura earlier. Plum Blossom. It's old. Jiang Wei was filled with killing intent. That old fool dared to make his move on Chen Feng and Wang. Although they didn't know the reason for it, for him to dare to make his move at the Gene Production Association, he was provoking them. Request for backup to hunt him down immediately. Understood. How many years had it been since someone had provoked the association? Even if they were only a branch, Oldham was still nevertheless courting death. At the same time, Gold City. The Wang family. Oldham, who was originally seated cross-legged in slumber, suddenly looked like he had aged more than 10 years and started violently vomiting blood. Wang Tanhao was startled awake. What happened to you? Scram. Oldham was furious and his killing intent soared to the skies. Chen Feng scum, you dare? Too hateful. This little bastard actually. However, after a short instant, he felt a soaring killing intent envelope this area. The people from the Gene Production Association had arrived. Oldham's expression changed greatly. Not good. Flee. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled, leaving Wang Tanhao there with a dumbfounded expression. What on earth had happened? Bang! The ground shook. A big group of people started chasing after Oldham. One of the staff members remained. Wang Tanhao, what relationship do you have with this old fool? Old fool? Wang Tanhao widened his eyes. Even if you are from the Gene Production Association, there's no need to be so unrestrained, right? Oldham can be considered a person of fame. That's senior. Senior? The staff member's expression became even odder. You are calling him senior? Wang Tanhao sneered. What's the matter? No, nothing. The staff member praised Wang Tanhao. You truly have a big heart. Question mark. Wang Tanhao was confused. Finally, when Wang Tanhao received the news from his butler and saw the scene of his son's death, he was bursting with rage, especially when he saw the familiar-looking energy that had exploded out of his son's head. Old bastard! If I don't kill you, I will cease to be a human. His rage-filled roar soared to the skies. Wang was dead. Dead in Oldham's hands. This was what everyone had seen with their own eyes. What? It was Chen Feng. Who would believe that? The Oldham that escaped with heavy injuries had carried all the blame on behalf of Chen Feng. Damn it. Oldham rubbed his chest. It was stained with blood. When Chen Feng crushed the Plum Blossom's core, he had suffered grave injuries. Now that he was being hunted by the Genetic Union and the Gene Production Association, things were truly getting dangerous. Defending himself, pointless. Telling them his initial target was actually Chen Feng. He was still going to die. Sigh. Bitterness was plastered all over Oldham's face. He had never expected that the him that was still filled with splendor yesterday would end up in such circumstances today. This Chen Feng was indeed abnormal. A silhouette of light flashed in the distance. The Oldham that had not even rested for a minute once again fled frantically. He couldn't die. He couldn't die in such manner at such a place. Currently, at the Gene Production Association, Wang's corpse was already cleaned up. Death was very normal in the Gene Rookie competition. However, those who died in the first round, and to die in such manner. Was something never seen before. Increase our vigilance, Jiang Wei said coldly. Understood. The staff members had solemn expressions on their faces. Despite Oldham's strength being far above them, now that something had happened, they needed to bear the responsibility for it. Something similar could never happen again. Jiang Wei looked at the investigator. Has it been investigated clearly? No. The investigator shook his head. I told my team members to investigate properly. The recordings have been checked as well. No abnormality is found. However, Oldham's aura appeared at the same time on Chen Feng and Wang's body. Our tentative conclusion is that his targets are Chen Feng and Wang. Is that so? Killing intent was surging in Jiang Wei's eyes. The geniuses of Gold City are already low in amount. Now, you even want to kill them off. Strengthen the protection. The competition will continue. However, it can't be affected in any way, Jiang Wei said in a deep voice. Understood, the staff member answered solemnly. Currently, the virtual streaming room was in an uproar, especially after the results of the investigation were announced. Oldham, such an expert, had actually appeared here. Furthermore, he was trying to kill Chen Feng and Wang. Was he insane? How could it turn out this way? I'm not sure. It is said that Oldham was very close to the Wang family and had just escaped from the Wang family earlier. This was probably due to some inner conflict within the Wang family. Another internal strife, probably. Ever since old Wang got seriously ill, the Wang family has been in a mess. 2 days ago, when old Wang finally passed away, the whole Wang family almost erupted in war then and there. So that's the case. Everyone was interested in gossip. Every year, casualties would appear in the Gene Rookie competition. They had long become accustomed to this. The reason this incident attracted everyone's attention was due to a third party being the one who got involved in it, violating the rules. However, with the hunt initiated on Oldham, this incident was put to a stop here. Wang, he was forgotten in a short time. It's going to end soon, right? The competition is still in progress. It should end soon. As the time passed, everyone started paying attention to the competition again. Zhang Lin would definitely clutch the first place. Then the remaining 2 spots. Who would these 2 spots land on? 25 minutes into the competition, everyone was gradually done with their gene production as the evaluation committee started giving them their scores. For example, first place, Zhang Lin, 90 points. Adding this on top of his original total score of 346, his final score was 436 points, maintaining his first spot, landing ahead of everyone else. Second place, Mu Yuan, 80 points. Original total score of 330 points, final total score of 410 points. Third place, Li Si, 88 points. Original total score of 320 points. Final total score of 408 points. Apart from this, that person whose total score was originally at the 56th place had yet to get into the top 3. It's over. Yeah, I originally thought that Mu Yuan and Li Si would be fighting over the 3rd place. However, with Wang's unexpected death, both of them have actually gotten their hands on the available spots. Yeah, everyone lamented. At this time, out of the 12 participants, 10 of them had received their final score. Only Chen Feng remained. Everyone looked at the time. There were still 3 minutes left. Chen Feng is still not done. He is, after all, too new. Despite being talented, it should be quite hard to grasp a new formula. Some guessed. I wonder if he can actually complete this. The crowd's interest was piqued. From the start of the competition until now, Chen Feng had always been very mysterious. Every single time one thought that he would be eliminated, he would, in a mysterious way, barely survive. One time after another. How about this time? Everyone was looking forward to seeing if he could actually finish his production successfully. As for his score, none bothered. Chen Feng's initial total score was 280. Even if he got a full score from the current stage, his total score would only be 380. However, Li Si, who was currently in 3rd place, had a total score of 408. My guess is he won't be able to complete this production, some said while laughing. My guess is Chen Feng will be able to complete within the next 2 minutes, said another person who was unsatisfied. In the live stream room, a lot of people started betting among themselves. At the competition venue, Jiang Wei and the rest were also paying their attention to Chen Feng. At this time, lights swirled around. Chen Feng sealed his gene up. Production complete. Good. Jiang Wei was emotional. Only 3 months in this profession yet able to successfully complete a brand new 3-star F-class formula. This was enough to showcase Chen Feng's talent. Without any support in terms of resources, without background, and new in the profession yet able to reach the same height as Wang. This was proof of the superior talent Chen Feng possessed. As for his results, they were no longer important. Before 25 years old, Chen Feng would definitely become a champion in one of the Gene Rookie competitions. Let's deliver it to the evaluation committee, Jiang Wei said with a smile. All right. Chen Feng walked forth and handed over the gene reagent to the evaluation committee. However, surprising everyone. When the evaluation committee members took the reagent and evaluated it, a shocked and bizarre expression appeared on their faces before they proceed to discuss unceasingly. What's the situation? Zhang Wei included. Everyone was confused. Weren't they supposed to give him a score now? Just give a score individually and balance it out among all of you. Won't the final score come out this way? What is there to discuss? One of the producers among the committee is even arguing until his face is red. What was going on? Finally, the committee ended their discussion and Chen Feng's score was released. Base score of 86 points, mutated score of 50 points. Total score, 136 points. Everyone was in an uproar. Extra points for mutation? It had actually mutated. I recall this being a new formula for him, right? Everyone was stunned. Mutation. It was actually a mutation. Mutating on its first production. How small and odd was it for that to happen? This. Everyone had dumbfounded expressions on their face. Who would have guessed that a rookie producer like Chen Feng would mutate his reagent at his first production? Worthy of being someone capable of creating the mutated versions of Gold Ant Gene and Thunder Snake Gene indeed. Wait. With this, doesn't it mean that Chen Feng is now in the top 3? Everyone was abruptly startled awake. That was right. Entering the top 3. Due to the extra points for mutation, Chen Feng had become the second place holder with a total score of 416 points, obtaining one of the 3 spots available for Gold City. Li Si, eliminated. This actually happened? Everyone was dumbstruck. This seems to be somewhat unfair, right? Some were unsatisfied. Isn't gene mutation something completely dependent on luck? However, these words of his attracted a flabbergasted expression from everyone else. Brother, are you an amateur? Some mocked. Luck? Mutation was a part of gene production in itself. There were some who had even specifically fused with genetic abilities capable of increasing the odds of mutation in order to produce more powerful genes. This was a topic that, even by its very self, was capable of being studied as a core subject. The strongest gene, special formula, unexpected gains. At times, all these were gained through mutation. Now, with Chen Feng's entrance into the top 3, his fame increased once again. The popularity of his live stream was surpassing the heavens, with several hundred thousands of viewers, as his live stream room was overflowing with people. Chen Feng's name became well known. Previously, Chen Feng had depended on the mutated Gold Ant Gene, mutated Thunder Snake Gene, and a certain newspaper to gain popularity among the commoners of Gold City. In actuality, though, after the initial hype waned, there were still very few people who truly knew about him. Now, however, he had entered the top 3 fair and square, defeating a huge group of peak beginner producers, including Li Si, and soon to become the representative of Gold City in the Gene Rookie competition caused his name to be known throughout Gold City unknown to no one. A certain location in Gold City. Chen Feng has actually entered the top 3. Xif and the rest exclaimed in admiration. Although they were too busy to watch the competition, with the news delivered to them by the system, they had still found out about the various comebacks Chen Feng made before ultimately entering the top 3. Seems like you need to put forth more effort. Ziling had a faint smile. Be careful lest you get surpassed. How is that possible? Inwardly, though, Xif had a solemn mood. Chen Feng's rate of improvement was too fast. With this speed, it was very probable that the next time they met, he would have already become someone who far surpassed them. Their relationship was still quite good. However, the cruel truth was that, if the disparity between their strength was too big, even remaining as friends might be hard. This won't do. Xif rubbed his bald head. He had become a bold person, however, he had to become stronger as well. Gold City. The entrance of a certain neighborhood. Uncle Zhang had just sold a set of gene materials when he heard the news and immediately burst out in laughter. Hey, this Chen Feng kid has actually gotten himself one of the quotas. I know, right? I told you this kid is somewhat talented. Auntie Zhang, the vegetable seller, was also busy gossiping. Some of those elderly ladies in the neighborhood started gossiping. The whole neighborhood was bursting with noise. Gold City, Iron Cloud's hub. Sujin and the rest were waiting for their transportation. From today onward, they were students of seeded universities. They would greatly surpass the average person, treading on a path of rapid growth, becoming stronger, becoming more outstanding. Hey, I heard it's the Gene Rookie competition today. One of the students excitedly said. It's not related to us, though. Another student shook his head. Even for students who specialize in gene production, that competition is too grand. At the very least, one needs to have graduated from university and practiced for an extra 2 or 3 years on top of that before participating in it. Even with this, one might only to be qualified to get some rewards out of it. As for now, everyone nodded, agreeing with him. Sujin, what are you thinking about? Liu Yao saw that Sujin was somewhat dazed and patted her shoulder. No, nothing. Sujin recovered from her stupor. You can't still be thinking about Chen Feng, right? Liu Yao rolled her eyes and said with disdain, he failed his university entrance examinations and is now hanging around with those wild cultivators. In the future, he might even end up as some random hoodlum. He won't have anything to do with people like us. Look at those seniors of ours who failed to enter university. How many of them have great achievements? Haven't you seen all this? I know, Sujin said in a low voice. In high school, she'd always had a favorable opinion of Chen Feng, the top student. However, who would have guessed that the Chen Feng that had always dominated the top position would actually fail the examinations? Furthermore, in the previous Dragon's Passing Mountain incident, the Chen Feng that appeared before her was a completely different person. Everything had come to an end. She was clear that, from now on, she and Chen Feng were people of two different worlds. Let's go, Liu Yao said. Sujin nodded. However, at this moment, a student raised his head with a shocked expression. Isn't that Chen Feng? What? Everyone raised their heads instinctively. On the huge screen in the plaza of the Iron Clouds Hub, the news regarding the Gene Rookie competition was being reported. 3 illusionary figures were cycled without stop on the screen: Zhang Lin, Chen Feng, and Mu Yuan. How is this possible? Liu Yao almost cried out in alarm. Chen Feng. That was actually Chen Feng. That must be someone with the same name, right? However, as she looked at that familiar face and the personal information broadcasted, her heart jolted furiously. It was truly Chen Feng, their fellow classmate, the very Chen Feng that had failed his examinations. This fellow student that they still despised a few seconds earlier had now astonishingly emerged out of the competition that they did not even dare to imagine about. Look at Zhang Lin's information. One of the students cried out in alarm. Everyone looked at it in detail before their expressions changed greatly. Zhang Lin, 24 years old, the one who graduated with outstanding results from Seabreeze University, becoming an intermediate producer 2 years after graduation with rich experience in gene production, for example. Wait, very detailed information was shown on the screen. How could this be? Several students lost their voice at the same time. Seabreeze University. It was the university some of them had managed to enter. The fellow student that they despised was actually standing at the same height as an outstanding graduate of their Seabreeze University, the seeded university. Furthermore, their total scores were very close. As they recalled their earlier words, their faces immediately flushed with embarrassment, while Sujin blanked as she looked at Chen Feng's figure, not recovering from her daze for a long time. So, you have reached such heights. Currently, at the Gold City branch, the emergence of Chen Feng had brought great shock to them. For example, Zhang Wei. Second place. Zhang Wei felt somewhat lost. No matter what, he had never imagined that Chen Feng would enter the top 3 in such a manner, getting one of the available spots as the second placeholder. This. You are not happy? The producer beside him looked at Zhang Wei with an amazed expression. I don't know. Zhang Wei sighed. I should be happy. However, when I thought of how Chen Feng needs to now confront the real Gene Rookie competition, those rounds of cruel competition, he was too young. That was what Zhang Wei was worried about. Chen Feng was indeed talented. However, similarly talented people were everywhere. Furthermore, those people were all older than him. This was a competition of those 25 years old and below. An 18-year-old compared with a 25-year-old? How were they supposed to compete? If it's 2 years later, you are thinking too much. That producer curled his lips. Even if there are dangers, the actual dangers will be in the later rounds. Do you think that Chen Feng can get through the second round? Sweat. 1. Zhang Wei was immediately speechless. True, Chen Feng's achievements seemed impressive. However, that was only in Gold City. Every single year, out of those who represented Gold City, how many of them were able to get through the second round? To be honest, they were only there to make up the numbers. Since they couldn't even pass the second round, how would there be any danger? I have indeed been thinking too much. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly, as the reason for there to be no worries on the safety of their representatives were also a sorrowful fact in itself. Gold City's branch. First round of the competition ended. The second round was fixed at 3 days later. Venue, Sea City. After Chen Feng and the other two received the information, They left respectively. They had 2 days to prepare themselves. 3 days. Chen Feng bonded. The first round was simply an audition done at the branches. From the second round onward, that was the true production competition. No foundations, no tests, only production. Chen Feng tried checking the information regarding previous Gene Rookie competitions online. However, the rules of the competition were different every single year. The rules would be heavily influenced by the individual in charge of setting the rules, so it was not possible to guess the rules in advance. As for the analysts, the internet only had one conclusion: the stronger one's accumulation was, the further one would go. I wonder what kind of competition it will be. Chen Feng was somewhat looking forward to it. As long as there were none of those foundational tests, in a true competition, he never feared anyone. That was his home ground. His wristband buzzed. Chen Feng turned it on. It was actually Wang Chun. Footnotes 1. Picture the sweat meme. A screen popped up. Wang Chun's image appeared. Congratulations on entering the second round. Chen Feng smiled. I got lucky. Lucky my ass. Wang Chun rolled his eyes. He would not believe these words of Chen Feng. However, soon, his expression became extremely solemn as he said in a low voice, Chen Feng, I think you need to be careful for a bit. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Why? The Wang family, Wang Chun said in a low voice. Although I have left the Wang family, there are still some inside who listen to me. I received some news. They might be planning to do something major. Something major? Chen Feng had a bewildered expression. How does that relate to me? Wang he had been killed by old M. No problems on that front. Furthermore, with the protection of the Gene Production Association, he wasn't really afraid of the Wang family. It's still better for you to be careful. Wang Chun had a solemn expression. Your current identity is quite special, so you can request 24-hour protection. Many thanks. Chen Feng expressed his thanks. After ending the call, Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Wang family, they were going to do something major soon. It wouldn't really be related to him, right? However, no matter what, he still needed to take a look. Lights whirled. Chen Feng's ears moved slightly as 100 wind blades blended into his body, locking onto the Wang family. The sounds of every single footstep in the Wang family were now traveling to his ears. Grandmaster, this will depend on you. Don't worry, my genetic ability is the killing curse, able to ignore the distance from the target. How long is required for the preparations? The essence of the killing curse is the power of desire. Give enough monetary reward to everyone in the Wang family, getting them to sincerely condense a blood essence containing power of desire with killing the target as their goal in their mind. As long as the power of desire is sufficient, I will be able to even challenge someone of a higher class. Even that old guy wouldn't prove much problem for me. Blood essence. At that time, just let those people stay in the Wang family. I will form the formation. At the very most, only some spiritual energy of theirs will be exhausted. There won't be any problems. Alright, let's use that Chen Feng as target practice, then. This was Wang Tanhao's voice. At this, Chen Feng's originally casual expression became odd. What the heck? How does this relate to me at all? Although old M is the murderer, their initial target is Chen Feng. I refuse to believe that this incident is not related to Chen Feng. Since my son is dead, there's no point for this Chen Feng to remain. Now, it's just nice for him to accompany my son in death. When the moment comes, you kill him first. Test out the power of the killing curse. Wang Tanhao was filled with a grudge. Don't worry. The Grandmaster was confident. I only need 5 days to prepare. At that time, Chen Feng and the rest will have left Gold City. Even if he were to die, the suspicion wouldn't land on us. Very well. Then, the reward. Both their voices became softer. Chen Feng continued listening for a long time. However, nothing useful was heard. After a long time, his ability stopped and he returned to reality. Killing curse? Chen Feng checked it out. 3-star secret art. This seemed to be a type of genetic ability that was extremely terrifying. However, one needed to prepare blood essence in advance, extract it in advance, etc. It was an extremely troublesome ability, and the user would normally be extremely weak in close combat. However, its effect ignored distance. Once a person was targeted, things would become extremely dangerous. With this type of secret art, the stronger the power of desire, the stronger the power of the curse will be. This so-called power of desire was a term coined by the users of these secret arts, using one's desire to kill a target as the power of desire. The higher the amount of people who wished for the targets to die, the stronger the killing curse would be. The amount of manpower and resources required to accomplish this was astonishingly high. Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Such things actually exist. This world was much scarier than he had imagined. Couldn't guard against it no matter what. What should he do? Chen Feng frowned. Wang was dead. Furthermore, he had been killed by old Ma. Chen Feng had believed that this matter would come to an end here. However, the Wang family still insisted on killing him. Furthermore, they decided to kill him merely because they suspected him to play a hand in Wang's death. Tyrannical indeed. Defending? Avoiding? Why should he need to be on defense? Chen Feng looked at the gene reagent in his hand as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Since the Wang family wanted to play, the Wang family should go and die as well. How simple. When cutting grass, they still needed to be rooted. After all, Chen Feng placed the gene reagent on the table. This was the mutated earthworm's body gene reagent. Mutated earthworm's body gene. Class F. Function: using earthworm gene as the core, able to link multiple of the same F-class gene reagents together, enabling the reagents to display better effects. This was a mutated gene reagent. A mutated gene reagent produced by Chen Feng using his luck value. The original function of this gene was, using earthworm gene as the core, able to link two of the same F-class gene reagents together, enabling the reagents to display better effects. A one-off consumable item. Under normal circumstances, after the earthworm's body gene was consumed, it would string two gene reagents together, causing a superposition effect on the two gene reagents with the same ability. Despite it being something only able to be used on F-class genes, it was still extremely powerful. Now, the original two in the description turned into multiple. This meant that the gene reagent would now be able to link a large amount of the same gene reagents together. Chen Feng was very curious. If 3 or 5 or even more of the same gene reagents were to be linked together, their might, how many times greater would the power be? Truly an option one looks forward to. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up in a smile. In the following 2 days, Chen Feng secluded himself in production. No one knew what he was producing. After 2 days, Chen Feng arrived at the Gold City's branch at the appointed time and followed Jiang Wei and the rest to Sea City to participate in the next round of the competition. The iron cloud started moving slowly and then streaked forward, leaving behind a red dash of light as it disappeared from view. Chen Feng was officially leaving Gold City. Do your best. Enter the top 100. Win honor for Gold City. These were the wishes of the Gold City citizens, shown on the huge screens that hovered midair. The staff member sighed. Hopefully they can obtain a good achievement. Yeah, other people agreed with the sentiment. Mu Yuan and Chen Feng were probably only there to make up the numbers before returning here after a short while. As for Jiang Lin, there might be a chance. Work hard. Everyone was filled with expectations. At the Iron Cloud's hub, a huge amount of people were cheering for Chen Feng and the rest. The Gene Rookie competition was not something that only affected those individual producers. It affected the whole city as well. On the Iron Cloud, Chen Feng suddenly turned his wristband on. Contact person, Wang Danhao. These were the contact details he had received from Wang Chun. Chen Feng called him. After a long time, a voice filled with killing intent appeared. Chen Feng. Yes. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up in a smile. To express my gratitude for your recent care, before I leave Gold City, I have a small gift for you all. Kindly accept them. Chen Feng ended the call. At the other end, Wang Tanhao was confused. Gift. Are we even close? He frowned and couldn't understand the reason for Chen Feng to suddenly contact him no matter what. However, suddenly, he had an ominous feeling. Bang! The air trembled suddenly. The sunny and cloudless sky was suddenly covered by clouds. A gush of terrifying power started converging in the sky. This is... Wang Tanhao's expression changed greatly. Defend. Activate the defensive barrier. Bang! With a thundering sound, bolts of lightning started descending. Currently, at the Iron Cloud Hub, the employees of the Genetic Union were wandering around. Due to the previous Old Ma incident, in order to prevent any sudden attacks on Chen Feng and the other 2 participants, they had prepared a large amount of genetic warriors to protect them. Before leaving Gold City, they had to ensure absolute safety for the 3. As for Sea City, the Genetic Union at a place like that was much powerful than what they had here. Looking at the 3 as they got on the Iron Cloud, they finally breathed out in relief. However, none expected that, 1 short minute later, before they even had the chance to withdraw, a loud explosion would resound. Bang! The earth trembled. What happened? Everyone in Gold City was shaken. Not good. The heart of everyone in the genetic union thumped. In the end, something still happened. Instinctively, they looked toward the direction of the sound of the explosion. There, only a vast expanse of darkness could be seen. The sky was covered by black clouds with countless purple-colored lightning descending from the sky. It was akin to a scene out of purgatory. A layer of a light blue energy barrier flashed, yet it was destroyed in a split second. That place was the Wang family's. Bang! Bang! The earth rumbled. One miserable scream after another resounded. Not good. The expression of those from the genetic union changed greatly. They originally believed that if something were to happen, it was going to be at the Iron Cloud Hub. However, they did not expect it to happen to the Wang family. Go! Everyone departed for the Wang family. Bang! Bang! The terrifying lightning descended unceasingly. The earth trembled. Block! Block it! Wang Tanhao howled furiously. He possessed powerful strength, hence, he was able to protect himself. However, what was scary about this lightning was its area of effect. When the huge amount of lightning covered the whole Wang family, he was powerless against it. Bang! With every strike of lightning, there would be people dying and buildings collapsing. With bloodshot eyes, Wang Tanhao watched as everything he had painstakingly built was destroyed, turning into ruins. Even the so-called Grandmaster that was still preparing the materials was killed. His superb ability of killing someone above his class caused his defensive capability to be extremely low. Finished. Everything is finished, Wang Tanhao muttered. After a long time, the lightning stopped. That terrifying bombardment finally stopped. With a wretched appearance, Wang Tanhao raised his head. A total mess revealed before his eyes. The whole Wang family had turned into ruins. Countless deaths. Howls of grief resounded unceasingly. On their faces were still expressions of disbelief. Evidently, they had never expected the disaster to descend upon them from the sky. This was the Wang family. In the city district, someone dared to make a move here. Someone dared. At the same time, the people from Genetic Union had finally arrived. Someone daring to make such a big move in the city district. This incident was too major. They had to deal with it. The staff member looked at Wang Tanhao. Any idea who was the one who did this? Chen Feng. Wang Tanhao said furiously. The staff member had an odd expression on his face. Chen Feng. They had just sent Chen Feng off. How could it be Chen Feng? Are you sure? Yes. Wang Tanhao was filled with killing intent. I am certain that it is him. Fine. The staff member nodded slightly before turning around to look at the scout beside him. Investigate this and see if we can find anything. Both his eyes became sharp as lightning. Layers of images appeared before his eyes and a petite silhouette appeared. A woman was seen. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. However, just as he wanted to get a clear look, the scene disappeared abruptly. As long as the place he looked at was the place where that person appeared, the image would become indistinct. Activate. That person sneered before activating his secret art. I refuse to believe I can't find out your identity. Bang! Light swirled in both his eyes. However, in a split second, blood started flowing out of his eyes. The scout spat out a mouthful of blood. What happened? The people around him held him up quickly. That person. I failed to investigate, the scout said in a low voice. All I can see is the silhouette of a woman. However, I can't get a more detailed look. It is very possible that our opponent's strength is far above us. Look here. A sudden cry. A staff member pointed at the killing curse ceremony on the ground and the blood essence that was scattered around the ground. That was something used to prepare the killing curse. Wang Tanhao's expression changed slightly. Not good. Killing curse? The staff member suddenly understood what had happened. Wang Tanhao, you are courting death. A cold glint appeared in their eyes. What they at the Genetic Union protected was the whole city instead of certain families. When they saw the killing curse ceremony, a lot of things did not require any further explanations. Due to their attempt to curse someone, they had gotten revenge on them instead and got counter-killed. Hadn't they seen a lot of such cases? That woman earlier was so strong even a C-class scout had failed to investigate her. How strong was she exactly? Wang Tanhao. What kind of enemy have you provoked? Wang Tanhao couldn't find an answer for that question. Looking for the person responsible? Damn it. They hadn't even started their killing curse. However, nobody believed them. Stop doing stupid things. The Genetic Union left a cold warning before leaving. How could things be this way? A bewildered expression was plastered on Wang Tanhao's face. It ended just like this. Chen Feng. Wang Tanhao looked at the Wang family that had turned into ruins and finally understood the meaning of Chen Feng's call. Threat. A bare-naked threat. Chen Feng was using a cold, hard fact to show Wang Tanhao that he had his own methods as well. Even if he couldn't defeat Wang Tanhao, he was a lone person. Hence, he could flee at any time. As for those from the Wang family, this was where their roots were. Where could they run to? If they continued provoking him, the Wang family might be destroyed for sure. Chen Feng. Wang Tanhao mumbled this name bitterly. He knew that he no longer had any courage to fight Chen Feng. Currently, in one of the inns of Gold City, Wang Chun smiled as he looked at what was unfolding. Seems like you earned yourself some merits. Obviously, Shen Yi said proudly. I am originally not of this world. Furthermore, I'm the most proficient at scouting. How could I let myself be scouted out by that guy? Naturally, Wang Chun smiled as he said that. However, he was inwardly in a solemn mood. Everything had gone smoothly. The mystical reagent was so powerful it was inconceivable. Despite him clearly seeing that those were mutated thunder snake reagents that were linked together through some methods, the ultimate power they displayed had still exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, the timing of the explosion was too perfect. While the Genetic Union were busy with their protection plan on Chen Feng and the other two participants, the reagents were suddenly activated. With this, those from the Genetic Union could not even make it back in time. Otherwise, regardless of how evil the Wang family was, the Genetic Union would not allow such an incident to happen within the city and would have most certainly stopped the destruction from happening. And the direction the investigation was going. Killing curse, blood essence. Everything appeared nicely, leading the direction the investigation headed toward. Everything was executed flawlessly with no mistake anywhere. Everything unfolded exactly as he'd planned. Too scary. Toward this producer that was 1 year younger than him, apart from their friendship, he felt a profound admiration. With such methods, in the future, he would definitely be an unordinary person. The iron cloud traveled forth at a high speed. Chen Feng's closed eyes opened suddenly. Within his body, the activated luck aura finally came to a halt. It ended. Chen Feng's lips curled up in a smile. Was that the power resulting from the superposition caused by the mutated earthworm gene? When it linked a bunch of mutated thundersnake gene reagents together, it created an extremely powerful gene with inconceivable power. A one-time consumable gene reagent with a huge exhaustion rate. Furthermore, the activation of luck aura had also ensured the smooth execution of the whole plan, avoiding any unexpected incidents from happening. Apart from the exhaustion of his luck values, everything was flawless. This was the first time that Chen Feng had felt like a god. Standing on the god's point of view, controlling everything, easily destroying the Wang family, causing countless casualties. Did one think that the killing curse was the only thing capable of killing those from higher classes? Nope. As long there were enough luck values, Chen Feng could also accomplish the same thing. In a small city like Gold City, the Wang family was very powerful. However, so what? A chained gene had destroyed half the Wang family. These few days, the ones left at the Wang family were those who, in order to gain monetary reward, contributed their blood essence to kill Chen Feng. Toward these people, Chen Feng would not hold back. Far away, the sun shone through the iron cloud's glass. Chen Feng's lips curled up in a smile. Despite the amount of luck value exhaustion being somewhat high, now that he had successfully dealt with the Wang family, he could stop worrying that there would be someone causing troubles for him in dark. Finally, he could place his proper attention to the competition. The champion of the Gene Rookie competition was something he had to get his hands on. What's the matter? Zhang Wei noticed the somewhat off expression of Chen Feng. Somewhat tired. Chen Feng smiled. I will rest for a bit. These 2 days, he was busy producing genes and had not even gotten the chance to rest his mind. Chen Feng entered deep slumber and rested all the way until the sharp sound of the station resounded beside his ears. Sea City. Arrived. Sea City. It was a mystical city, a city that floated above an inner ocean without any foundations supporting the city. Several legendary figures had, with their own hands, built a huge piece of floating ice here, enabling the people to build a city belonging to themselves, resulting in the creation of this mystical city. Chen Feng and the rest got down from the vehicle. It's refreshing and chilly here, Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Under the scorching hot summer, this felt so comfortable it seeped into one's bones. When it's winter, you won't be thinking this way anymore, Mu Yuan said grudgingly. Chen Feng, even in winter, This place should be exceptionally comfortable as well, right? It's not as bad as you think. Jiang Wei laughed. This is a place that is warm during winter and cold during summer. A very habitable place. Otherwise, it wouldn't be one of the 10 greatest cities worldwide. A timid voice traveled to them. Do you require a guide? They turned around and were astonished to find that it was a young lady with a pair of long and furry bunny ears on her head. Mutant. Chen Feng's heart jolted. It's only a weak mutation, Zhang Lin said in a low voice. There were several categories of genetic mutation. As long as one's intelligence was not affected and they were able to pass the genetic unions test, they would not be considered a dangerous being. So that's the case, Chen Feng muttered thoughtfully. On the other hand, the eyes of Miu Yuan beside him shone. This is a bunny ear girl. Jiang Wei refused her with a smile on his face. Nope. Then, do you need the information related to the Gene Rookie competition? The young lady narrowed her eyes until they had become a thin line, looking extremely adorable. Those who arrived for the past 2 days are mostly here for the competition. We have a lot of information in our hands. For example, the most promising producers in this year's competition, the young lady said with a smiling face. How much? I will buy it. Miu Yuan waved his hand. Hey! Chen Feng wanted to stop him. Such a marketing method. Wasn't it the same as the scammers at those tourist attractions in the Earth of his previous life? Sure. However, Miu Yuan had already made the payment. A succession of information was transmitted to his wristband. The fees, 3,000 yuan. This is all insider news. The young lady left with a beaming smile on her face. Chen Feng, 3,000 yuan for some information? Even if you are a producer, you don't have to be so stupid, right? At this time, those from the Gene Production Association of Sea City arrived to receive them. As they saw the departing young lady, they suddenly asked, "You didn't buy any of her information, right?" "I bought a set," Miu Yuan said honestly. "Is this what you bought?" The staff member turned his wristband on. Surprisingly, an exact same set of information appeared there. Next, he looked at Miu Yuan as if he was looking at an idiot. This is all public information available on the learning forum. Everyone, scammed indeed. What do you know? Miu Yuan said with contempt. This was my true goal. At that, he pointed at the contact details he'd obtained from the young lady when she transmitted the information to him. Everyone was speechless. Impressive. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. 3,000 yuan for contact details. An acceptable amount. Producer is too reclusive a profession. Miu Yuan sighed. Our networking circle is too small. Furthermore, our rank as beginner producers is nothing glamorous either. I'm already at this age, yet I haven't even met any girls I'm interested in. Before coming here, my grandfather told me that I must use the opportunity of this competition to get a girlfriend. Chen Feng was speechless. This was the reason this guy joined the competition? Let's go. I will show you around, the staff member said. Sea City was a very mystical city. Under the scorching sun, countless ice sculptures could be seen grandiosely arranged on the street. They were cool and refreshing to touch. Beside the street, there was also warm ice for sale, allowing one to experience the winter of Sea City in advance. Chen Feng tried touching them. This ice was indeed warm. A mystical place, a mystical piece of floating ice. However, Chen Feng and the rest were, after all, not here for a holiday. After the initial novelty wore off, they lost their interest. The staff member showed them around randomly for a short time before bringing them back to the pre-arranged hotel to rest before leaving to receive the next batch of participants. In the hotel room, after Jiang Wei explained to them what to take note of, he let them off to rest. The competition would be held early morning the next day. Tonight, everyone had free personal time. Chen Feng had originally planned to have a deep exchange with Miu Yuan on production skills. However, he did not expect that Miu Yuan had actually hooked up with the young lady that sold him the information and was now nowhere to be found. This is truly... Chen Feng shook his head and couldn't help but to laugh. After the meal, Chen Feng started his preparations for the upcoming competition. There was not much point in practicing last minute. Chen Feng did not bother wasting his spiritual energy. Instead, he entered the learning forum and started looking over the information regarding the Gene Rookie competition. The top 100 promising producers. The top 100 beautiful producers. The contents of this particular thread were very thorough and detailed. There were a total of 9,600 participants in the competition. In this thread, approximately 1,000 of them were included. As long as there was something special about the producer would be included in this thread. Instead, it was those like Miu Yuan who, despite having rather good production skills yet mediocre results, normally weren't included in this thread. What was interesting was that Chen Feng had even found himself in the thread. His name was included in a list called Future Top 100 Candidates. Is it due to my age? Chen Feng contemplated. He started seriously cramming in additional information and only went to rest after he started feeling tired. The night passed quietly. On the next day, Zhang Wei brought the three of them to the competition venue. At a huge compound belonging to the Virtual World Company was one huge 300-story building after another. All of them were rented by the Gene Production Association as the arena for the competition. The 263rd floor of B block was the arena Chen Feng was assigned to. Zhang Wei patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Just try your best. Chen Feng smiled. All right. He is so unconfident with me. No worries. Soon, I will prove my worth. He had to emerge from this Gene Rookie competition. As he entered the building, Chen Feng walked to the arena he was assigned to. The arena was extremely huge with all sorts of equipment he never seen before. This equipment appeared much more delicate and fine compared to those at Gold City. Icy blue rays of light filled the sky, causing one to feel relaxed and comfortable. At 10 sharp, the competition officially began. The second round hereby officially begins. The rules being, producers are given free rein to choose their formulas and materials to produce the strongest defensive reagent. The final scores will be decided in accordance to the degree in which the defensive reagent was able to resist the Aurora energy attack. The top 1,000 scorers will pass the first stage. The rest will be eliminated. Light swirled before everyone's eyes. The gene bank of the Gene Rookie competition was shown to Chen Feng. Within was an endless amount of gene formulas, from F class to E class, 1 star to 5 star, all sorts of formulas. Everything was available. If one wanted to, one could directly choose a 5-star E-class formula right now. Is this the reward for passing the first round? Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, at the very start of this round, a major formula was already awarded to them by making this gene bank available to them. A lot of participants who did not intend to pass the second round of the eliminations would choose an expensive formula that suited them before leaving. However, as for Chen Feng, this stage, he had to make his choice carefully. The first stage's requirement was to produce the strongest defensive reagent. However, there were no restrictions on the gene bank. If one were to choose an attacking gene or a fusion reagent, there would be no way for one to pass the stage. The competition had begun. What should he choose? Chen Feng looked on only to feel that the sight before him was extremely dazzling. There were only brief introductions for each gene name, gene function, and main materials. One needed to be able to make a judgment on its power with a single glance. One needed to choose a defensive gene reagent from among all these attack, support, fusion, and all other types of genes. This was only one of the aspects of this stage. Apart from that, one also needed to choose the level of the difficulty. The difficulty levels ranging from 1-star F-class to 5-star E-class were all available here. Which should one pick? The strongest defense? Without a doubt, the harder the difficulty of the reagent, the more powerful it would be. However, could one really produce a 5-star E-class gene successfully? Even for intermediate producers, one needed to know that this was the first time they had obtained access to the chosen formula. Only one day was available for them. How many times could they attempt their productions? Higher difficulty also signified a higher amount of materials. If one were to painstakingly work for one whole day to end up with insufficient materials, or only gaining sufficient materials for a single production, could one guarantee success in that single production? Once one failed, one would be eliminated. This stage, Chen Feng had a solemn mood. Despite Gold City's round being on one's foundations, they were still considerably simple. One only needed to follow the rules. Those with solid foundations would be able to easily pass the round. As for this second round of competition, from the very beginning, everyone was faced with a difficult choice. This was only a single production. A single production to determine one's success or failure. Which to choose? Chen Feng's gaze started sweeping through the screen before stopping at the very front of the list. The extremely powerful formula that one would immediately see the moment one entered the gene bank. Then, Chen Feng's eyes shone. Aquahino gene formula. Difficulty, 5-star. Type, special. Function, enabling one to use the Aquahino Rampart skill. Activation through spiritual energy. Introduction, produced from the blood essence of an Aquahino. Various materials are required to trigger the mysterious power contained within the Aquahino, producing a special gene reagent as a result. Dash. This was the gene with the highest defense among the gene bank with no other contenders. This was Chen Feng's choice. Since he wanted to grab the championship, he naturally needed to choose the strongest gene formula. In the first round at Gold City, one's foundations were tested. His results were quite ordinary. Now that they were producing genes live, regardless of the methods used, he would not be lacking when compared to others. This was his home ground. There should be a lot of people who chose the same formula as me, right? The corner of Chen Feng's lips curled up into a smile. Then, let's see who's the one laughing till the end. Sure. As he finished choosing the formula, Chen Feng entered the segment where materials were gathered. However, he did not know that with his choice, the whole virtual community was immediately in an uproar, especially the learning forum. After the several previous incidents, Chen Feng was considered as someone well known within the beginner section of the learning forum. As such, there were people that were paying attention to him in the competition. However, Aquahino gene, are you kidding me? One needed to know that among the nearly 10,000 participants, he was the only one to choose the Aquahino gene. Why? Due to the scam-like material requirements. For the other formulas, those 5-star formulas included, only around 200 to 300 materials were required. However, the materials required by the Aquahino reached a staggering amount of 1,300. An alarming amount. With this, the problem was not the production difficulty. Instead, the problem was the fact that one might not even be able to gather the complete materials. Has Chen Feng given up on the competition? Someone guessed. This was in actuality something quite normal. There were some who believed that they were unable to pass the second round, hence, these people would choose a 5-star formula with the highest value before getting eliminated. This was something very normal. However, do you know what the Aquahino gene represents among the E-class? Someone said suddenly. Another person blanked. What? IQ tester, he said grudgingly. The other person, despite the Aquahino gene possessing the strongest defense among the E-class, due to the harsh material requirements, its quality-price ratio was so low it caused one's hair to stand up in anger. This was simply an abandoned gene. Even if one were to give up on the competition, one could choose other 5-star formulas. There were a lot of well-known yet rare 5-star formulas in the gene bank. Therefore, what was Chen Feng planning? They were unable to make sense of it. At this time, only when they saw Chen Feng entering the virtual materials area and starting to gather the materials were they sure that Chen Feng truly planned to produce this gene. This scam-like Aquahino gene. Ha ha ha. Too funny. Although there are countless materials in the materials gathering area, every single one of the materials needs to be gathered by himself. In 10 hours, how many of them can he gather? This kid must have gone insane. Maybe he hasn't gone insane. Rather, after getting some achievements when he is in F class, he let it get to his head and is now too arrogant. Some sneered endlessly. The competition was something with a time limit. 10 hours. Despite the fact that blood essence had already been provided by the management and there was no need to hunt the mutated beasts, the hundreds of materials required for the incubator liquid was something one needed to gather by themselves. If one could, for example, gather one material per 3 minutes, in 1 hour, only 20 materials could be gathered. After 10 hours, only 200. This signified that any formulas that required more than 200 materials would need one to rush their material gathering. Naturally, if one was talented with higher speed, depending on the individual, one could get more. For example, over 200, 300, or 400 materials, these were accomplishable by a lot of people. However, the 1,200 required by the Aquahino gene. You got to be kidding me. Someone actually chose the IQ tester. 666,666,666. I thought only a novice would make such choice. Ha ha ha, I must go to take a look. A lot people were taking joy and delight in the calamity of others. A group of people entered Chen Feng's live stream room, bringing an unexpected growth to Chen Feng's popularity. At this time, a large portion of the participants had already chosen their formulas. With this, the second round of the competition had truly entered the material gathering segment. Bang! Lights swirled before Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng descended to the ground. Blue sky, white clouds, and a vast expanse of trees. The smell of the fresh air pervaded his nose. The whole world gave Chen Feng an extremely real feeling. He pinched his hand and the pain could actually be felt. Fully equipped, spirit body, Chen Feng had a solemn mood. He was sure that through some methods, spiritual energy was used to create a spirit body that was completely the same as one's main body. This was a technology more advanced than what the virtual community used. Naturally, such equipment was something an ordinary person unable to use. One's spiritual energy had to reach a certain level to be able to endure the usage of such equipment. Is this where the materials are gathered? Chen Feng looked at a distant place. There, some rare production materials could already be seen. Among the trees, some small-scale mutated beasts could be seen wandering around in their natural habitats. This was a small-scale virtual world. 30,000 producers were sent here to gather the required materials for their formulas. Let's begin, then. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. Not far away, a small stalk of grass that was required by his formula was swaying gently among the bush. In accordance to his knowledge, Chen Feng carefully gathered the stalk of grass while protecting its medical effectiveness. Time consumed, 2.5 minutes. Second material. It was behind a mutated beast. These mutated beasts were set up by the management and were not here to be hunted. As long as one was familiar with its temperament, one could easily avoid it. Carefully, Chen Feng took a detour around the beast to reach behind it and gathered the material it was protecting. Time consumption, 3.5 minutes. Third material, 1 minute consumed. Fourth material, 4 minutes consumed. Chen Feng suddenly stopped. 10 materials, 27 minutes. This was too slow. 10 hours seemed to be ample time. However, if this continued, he would not be able to gather even half of the required materials. Sure enough, it's not working. Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful. Seems like I can only use that method, then. At this time, the viewers at his live stream room were finally getting excited. He has just figured out the problem. 666,666,666. So he really knew nothing. Seems like despite his accomplishments in F class, his foundations are still too weak for him to not be aware of even this knowledge. How is he supposed to go further? Yeah, and the association actually believed that he was someone capable of grabbing the championship few years down the line? What a joke. A slew of criticisms were thrown out from those from the learning forum. Due to the prominence of his previous accomplishments, there were quite a number of people that liked him. However, those who disliked him were also quite high in amount. At this time, all these people came out to criticize him. They seemed to have already seen Chen Feng's failure. In actuality, the moment Chen Feng chose the Aquahino formula, he had already failed. There were 10,000 participants, yet he was the only one who chose this formula. If it wasn't due to him having brain damage, what reason could it be? Were those people stupid? Everyone here was incredibly cunning, regardless of whether it was for one's own benefit or if it was for the competition. Aquahino was the worst choice one could make. Some sneered. I will be waiting for the birth of the biggest joke of this year's competition. However, at this very moment, those in the live stream room waiting for Chen Feng to make a joke out of himself suddenly widened their eyes, an unbelievable expression on their face. Wait, what is he doing? Has he gone crazy? Materials area. A fluorescent liquid was cupped on a certain piece of leaf. This was one of the materials Chen Feng needed to gather, the morning dew. This was also one of the favorite beverages of mutated beasts. Hence, the areas around the fluorescent liquid would always be filled with mutated beasts. The reason mutated beasts were placed in the materials area was in order to help deepen the participants' understanding of the characteristics of these materials. One only needed to know the temperament of these mutated beasts to easily avoid them. These mutated beasts would take turns consuming the fluorescent liquid. One only needed to wait for a few minutes for a gap to appear. Subsequently, one only needed to take advantage of this gap to quickly retrieve the liquid. Perhaps one might have a deeper understanding of these mutated beasts and would be able to use some other materials to temporarily lure these mutated beasts away. With this, one could also easily get the fluorescent liquid. Easy. Naturally, it was also somewhat time-consuming. This was the 11th material required by Chen Feng. The viewers in the live stream room were originally happily witnessing Chen Feng wasting his time. However, outside of everyone's expectations, this time, Chen Feng actually walked straight toward that mutated beast. That's right. He was actually walking straight to that mutated beast. Has he gone insane? Everyone had a dumbfounded expression. This suicide to get eliminated out of the competition? Chen Feng was actually planning to give up on the competition in such a manner. However, At this moment, Chen Feng reached. An even more astonishing thing happened. A shining wind blade shot out of Chen Feng's hand and slashed toward the mutated beast with an astonishing might. That mutated beast was actually wounded by Chen Feng. Another wind blade shot out. The mutated beast died. Next, Chen Feng retrieved the fluorescent liquid easily. Time consumed, 10 seconds. Everyone had dumbfounded expressions. Killed? He had actually killed a mutated beast. One needed to know that there were indeed people who tried killing these mutated beasts before. However, these mutated beasts were all peak F class. Hence, for these beginner and intermediate producers, these beasts required a lot of effort to kill. As for Chen Feng, his killing speed was actually so short. His genetic ability. Some quickly realized something. Normal producers would fuse with genes that provided assistance in gene production in order to become the strongest producer. Chen Feng, on the other hand, had fused with a combat gene. What? Some couldn't believe it. The Chen Feng proclaimed as a genius producer had actually fused with a combat gene. He was probably too poor in the past. Some sneered. Everyone was speechless. Must all gene producers have zero combat genes? Not quite so. There were a lot of such producers. This was a very common occurrence among those wild cultivators who had only managed to become producers by fluke. Becoming someone who was a mix between producer and warrior, these people possessed various genetic abilities as they would only decide what to do when they advanced into a new class without planning in advance. These people were quite weak regardless of their combat power or their production level. Double cultivation? It was simply a joke. A lot of people only fell into such predicament due to their life circumstances which forced them into it. However, none of them had ever qualified to participate in the Gene Rookie competition. Chen Feng was the very first one. Wind Blade? What damnable ability was that? For a gene producer, that was simply a trash ability. With this, his gathering speed should have a great increase, right? Some suddenly realized, that's not for sure. Another guy sneered. Only a part of the materials were guarded by mutated beasts. For those materials without mutated beasts that required pure gathering skills, how is he supposed to increase his speed? You need to know, to perfectly gather a material, one needs to be very careful, protecting the material's medicinal effectiveness lest it get damaged. Before he had even finished his sentence, he was stunned as he looked at Chen Feng. Not only him, in Chen Feng's live stream room, everyone that saw Chen Feng's action was equally stunned. As that guy was talking about material gathering, coincidentally, Chen Feng was gathering a spiritual grass that required its medicinal effectiveness be preserved. What happened next was Chen Feng calmly walking to it and directly pulling that grass out! Everyone was dumbfounded. Pulling it out. Was this Chen Feng crazy? A spiritual grass. Its medicinal effectiveness needed preservation. Only by preserving its medicinal effectiveness would the production be successful. Every portion of the medicinal effectiveness lost would influence the success rate and might even cause the production to fail. Hence, when gathering such spiritual grasses, extreme caution had to be exercised as one dug the roots of the grasses out together with the soil it grew in. With this, the medicinal effectiveness would be preserved for production. Chen Feng, though, had directly plucked it out just like that. Everyone had a stupefied expression. Chen Feng's choice of actions had caused them to not even be sure how to continue berating him. They were certain that Chen Feng had gone crazy. Maybe, only this one time? Some guessed. After all, if it was only done to one of the materials, the effect wouldn't be too big. I think so too. Another person agreed, it might be because this particular spiritual grass was something Chen Feng did not know how to gather, so he directly plucked it out so as to not waste time here. It is a reasonable choice. True. Everyone thought and agreed. However, just as they was done convincing themselves that this was the truth, Chen Feng quickly walked toward a bush and cupped some liquid with his bare hands before filling his reagent bottle with it. Time consumed, 10 seconds. God. That's the wind dew. This is something that must be handled with sterilized tools, otherwise, the success rate will be affected. Chen Feng actually used his bare hands to directly cup it. I am going crazy. Everyone was stupefied. A liquid that needed to be handled with sterilized tools was cupped out with bare hands. God. How ignorant was Chen Feng. Do you not know how much bacteria there is on your hands? Such wind dew, if used, the success rate will be greatly decreased. He has gone crazy. He must have. Everyone was collapsing emotionally. This was simply the beginning. Every single spiritual grass, pluck them out. Every single liquid, retrieve it directly. There were mutated beasts. Kill. Wait. Chen Feng's violent manner of gathering was just beginning. In the learning forum, in Chen Feng's live stream room, and everywhere else, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. If the actions of other participants could be called the perfect demonstration of textbook-like gathering methods, teaching the viewers how materials were supposed to be gathered, then Chen Feng's methods could be called the perfect demonstration of the opposite of what the textbooks taught. Every single material gathered by Chen Feng was not perfect. No, I can't take this anymore. If I keep watching this, I will die. This is simply doing everything wrong. A lot of producers who initially joined the stream room to flame Chen Feng couldn't continue watching this anymore. This was especially true for those virgins with obsessive-compulsive disorder. This felt like a disaster to them. Soon, some producers couldn't take this anymore and left. After leaving, they started posting threads at the learning forum to berate Chen Feng. This led to a lot of people joining Chen Feng's live stream room to watch him. Suddenly, Chen Feng's popularity increased greatly. The live stream room was almost filled with nothing but criticism of Chen Feng. Brute, unforgivable. This is simply an insult to the act of gathering materials. This is simply an act of destruction. The chat in his room was flooded. All sorts of bigwig producers came out to denounce this. Despite them knowing that the reason for Chen Feng to do this was to increase his speed, despite them knowing that this method would definitely fail during the production stage, they still found this intolerable. What was the meaning of having a gathering stage as part of the competition? As a producer, one had to be familiar with their materials. If one was not even clear with where their acquired materials came from and what characteristics they had, only concentrating on producing by following the instructions on the formulas, how far could one go? Could one produce the strongest gene? No. Hence, material gathering was also a test of one's foundations. It had a very deep meaning to it. As for Chen Feng, he was simply damaging this competition. Too excessive. Some old producers found this intolerable. He is simply here to mess things up. Unfortunately, Chen Feng was not able to hear all this. If he actually heard this, he would definitely ask, if he was here to mess things up, then what about all those producers that were busy commenting here? As for their protest, who do they think they are? As long as no rules were violated, he could do as he wished. Along with the passing of time, Chen Feng was progressing greatly in his material gathering. In 2 hours, 30% completion. In 4 hours, 50% completion. In 6 hours, 80% completion. In 8 hours, complete. Those materials that were originally impossible to be completely gathered had been completed by him with brute force. All the materials only had half their original effectiveness, though. Now, Chen Feng had successfully entered the third stage, gene production. Will he succeed? Someone asked suddenly. Sure. Almost everyone looked at him with an expression that suggested they were looking at an idiot. Succeed? Are you kidding me? That was a 5-star E-class formula. A super difficult formula. Even in the gene rookie competition, which was filled with the cream of the crop, those who chose a 5-star formula would not exceed 100 participants. Among them, a vast majority were peak intermediate producers. Chen Feng. They looked at his information. MHM. 20-star beginner producer? Too laughable. Without a doubt, the person who asked this question was a true layman who was simply here to watch the show. Producing successfully. The success rate for such high difficulty formulas was extremely low when one first produced them. Something that even a large amount of intermediate producers did not dare to touch. For a beginner producer like Chen Feng, it was questionable if he could even complete a 1-star E-class formula. As for a 5-star E-class formula, he simply had zero chance of succeeding. Furthermore, the crux was that all the materials he'd gathered were defective materials. Almost none of his materials were in proper condition. Among his 1,200 types of materials, at least 1,000 of them had their effectiveness greatly reduced. With such defective materials, could he succeed? Ridiculous. Camping for Chen Feng's failure. Above poster +1. Above poster +2. The chat rooms were getting spammed. Chen Feng's live stream room was getting extremely hot. At this moment, the popularity of his room had even surpassed a large number of celebrity producers. The current popularity of Chen Feng's room was at a totally different level. These producers had been here enduring their disgust toward Chen Feng all this time just to witness his final failure. A certain professor in a certain classroom had even tuned into Chen Feng's live stream. Students, come, look at this. Chen Feng's gathering method is a perfect example of how things shouldn't be done. See, at this moment, the hand should be used like this, instead of the brute force he used. The professor spoke frankly with an air of confidence. Every single action of Chen Feng's was used as an example of how things shouldn't be done. Now, all of them were waiting for the result. They needed it to educate those wild cultivators and those who planned to take shortcuts that, after using such brute force, destroying the competition in such a manner, nothing good would result. Guess which step Chen Feng will fail at? I think it should be the gene search step. Chen Feng is, after all, still a newbie, yet he dared to choose such a formula. I think that he won't be able to even get through the gene search step. He's only at such a level. He will definitely fail to get through the gene search step. I think so too. It is quite a regret to not be able to see the incubator liquid formed by 1,000 types of defective materials. Everyone was happily gossiping. They were finally getting to see what they wanted to see most. At this very moment, gene production began. Shwa, shwa. Light flashed. Chen Feng prepared all the materials. This was the virtual world, hence, the system would assist them to complete a lot of mundane works. He did not to waste too much time doing trivial things. The Aquahino's blood started hovering. At that instant, Chen Feng entered the digitized mode. Bang! In the virtual live stream room, almost all the viewers followed him into the digitized world. This was one of the benefits of a virtual world. It ensured a full experience to the viewer's spiritual body. Digitized world included. Bang! Several hundreds of thousands of genes flickered around. So many gene fragments, worthy of being the Aquahino blood essence. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Unsurprisingly, they saw Chen Feng standing the dazed in the digitized world without any reaction whatsoever. First step, gene search. 1,000 strains of genes were acquired. Incredibly frightening. The incredibly high amount of gathering required for the Aquahino gene was not only applicable to its required materials, it was also the same for the genes. This Chen Feng had probably not thought of this before he came into this digitized world, right? He is most probably terrified now. Haha, even I had just found out that 1,000 gene fragments are required here. Even if there are a lot of repetitive genes, it will require a lot of time. Right? I wonder if Chen Feng can actually find all the genes. 66,666,666. Everyone discussed spiritedly. However, at this moment, Chen Feng moved. Shwa, shwa. Both his eyes were closed. He did not grab toward a certain gene fragment with caution. Instead, he boldly stretched his hand and started grabbing wildly in the digitized world, grabbing a whole bunch of gene fragments every single time. The first time, he grabbed several tens of strains of genes. The second time, he grabbed another several tens of strains of genes. Shwa, shwa. Both his hands started working. Almost everyone there had a dumbfounded expression. What was this? Gene search? Search my ass. Open your eyes wide. How is this a gene search? This is simply a gene plunder. Right? This is simply the act of plundering the digitized world with brute force. What on earth was Chen Feng thinking? Everyone had a stupefied expression. Since they did not have the formula, they were not clear on whether what Chen Feng did was correct or wrong. However, such a manner, it couldn't be correct, right? One could say that the correct steps were wrongly executed by him. Seeking for sensationalism, an old producer sneered. He had clearly seen the truth. Chen Feng had simply given up on the competition. Instead, he was using such a method to win some fame for himself, marketing himself through this. Is he considering himself to be an online celebrity? Everyone came to realize the truth. Succeeding? How could this succeed? He was simply doing as he wished. They had also recalled that, nowadays, as the virtual community grew in size, a lot of people started to fake things online in order to attract the attention of the public. There were even some who deliberately stirred up trouble to attract attention. Regardless of whether the viewers were insulting or criticizing these people, as long as attention was paid to these people, they succeeded. Furthermore, using the fame won by getting criticized by the public, one could still earn a huge amount of money. And now, the same thing seemed to be happening in Chen Feng's live stream room. Damn it. A lot of people came to realize the truth. Succeeding? He did not need to produce it successfully. He was deliberately acting dumb in order to attract the attention of others. A lot of people started checking the current popularity of Chen Feng's live stream and found that, inadvertently, Chen Feng's popularity had surpassed a large majority of celebrity producers. Higher popularity than those genius celebrities. We were deceived. Everyone cried out in alarm. They knew of the ways one might use to become an online celebrity. However, they had never expected that even a producer would also use such methods to market himself. Was he not afraid of getting banned? Chen Feng was still grabbing wildly with his eyes closed. A lot of producers saw this as trickery. Protesting Chen Feng. Scram. Chen Feng, rejecting online celebrity producer, seeking sensationalism, deceiving others to gain attention. A group of people started raining their bullets. Thus, more and more people noticed this. However, they did not leave. Instead, they stayed with an angry feeling of getting deceived, hoping that more would come to realize the truth. Soon, Chen Feng's live stream room was flooded with criticism. Too hateful. A lot of people that had realized the truth were now raging. In their heart, producers were a noble existence, low-level producers included. Hence, when they realized that they had been played around like a monkey, they were even angrier. A lot of them started reporting Chen Feng without hesitation, aiming to get him banned. They had to let him learn the consequences of offending the circle of producers. However, at this moment, a loud echo resounded. Thump. The blood essence shattered. Along with the blood essence, a large majority of the genes were destroyed. Only the gene fragments chosen by Chen Feng remained, flickering with a bizarre radiance in the digitized world. First step, gene search, completed. What? In Chen Feng's live stream room, the non-stop criticism stopped abruptly. There was a momentary pause in the live stream room with millions of viewers. Everyone had dumbfounded expressions. Su succeeded. How was this possible? Success. First step, gene search, completed. 1,000 gene strains had been completely assembled under a situation where Chen Feng had both eyes closed and he was grabbing wildly using both his hands. All the producers in the virtual live stream room were dazed for a long time. They wanted to know, how had this succeeded? Or, how was this possible? If it wasn't something they'd witnessed with their own eyes, they would not have believed something like this had happened. When had gene search become so simple? I must be hallucinating. Me too. Two people happily exchanged glances, however, grief was plastered all over their faces the next moment. Hallucination? Together? Were these two idiots? At this time, a series of bullets were again being fired in the live stream room. Those layman viewers who were only here to watch the show that were reprimanded for their ignorance earlier had came online one after another. These idiots got their faces slapped furiously. Where's your counter? 66,666,666. Is this the so-called getting played like a monkey? You all enjoyed being a monkey so much? Your father, am dying from laughter. I think you all are the ones jealous of Chen Feng, right? Everyone was happy to participate in gossiping, while the layman viewers who were only there to watch the show felt refreshingly comfortable after getting their revenge. What joke was this? Getting criticized by the so-called experts the moment they entered the room, telling them how much Chen Feng was trash, how the layman viewers that supported him had brain damage, etc. FCK, who were the ones with brain damage now? One producer wanted to explain himself, yet he couldn't find his words. What could he say? The truth was laid bare before him. They had never expected that a day would come where a bunch of total layman viewers could actually despise them in such a way in regard to gene production. Furthermore, they had no way of refuting this damnable Chen Feng. Currently, Chen Feng had started the second step of his production, gene reaction. In all honesty, the difficulty level of this step was quite high as well. However, after their experience during the first step, gene search, it would be simpler for them to simply watch on as this step progressed. Indeed, Chen Feng easily completed this step as well. A gene that was radiating with a bizarre glow flickered unceasingly in the digitized world. This was the Aquahino gene, a lone Aquahino gene. Now, Chen Feng only needed to complete the gene fusion stage and his production would be successful. Chen Feng pressed the power switch. The materials for the preparation of the incubator liquid were already placed in the equipment in advance. He only needed to press the power switch when it was required and the reaction process would proceed by itself, creating the incubator liquid. Rumble. Soon, as the incubator liquid preparation was completed, a liquid with a bizarre color appeared. Chen Feng only needed to drop the aquahino gene into this liquid in order for it to incubate and the whole production would be completed. However, this color. Why is it giving me a weird feeling? Yeah, this seems to be somewhat different from the description in the introduction details. Right? Everyone felt doubtful. Only now did all those producers get the chance to start sneering once again. This is a trash incubator liquid produced by 1000 defective materials. Finally, the incubator liquid appeared. Ha ha ha. This is the result of 1000 types of materials. Too funny. They were happy to see this. This was also their first time seeing such a unique incubator liquid produced from 1000 defective materials. The density of the liquid was indeed quite amazing. How are you all so sure that this thing must be a worse-off version? A group of viewers were not satisfied. Even if the color is somewhat weird and the density seems somewhat diluted, it might be the better version instead, right? Higher density doesn't signify a better quality anyway. Yeah, another person agreed. Now, they were extremely unsatisfied with these producers. What the heck do you know? An old man glared at them. This is the incubator for the aquahino gene. It is only natural for it to be better the higher the density is. The higher the density, the higher the success rate. If the density can reach a percentage of 50% or above, the success rate will be frighteningly high. The other guy sneered. That is the truth simply because you say so. This old man here has been researching gene production for many years. Why would I lie to you all? The old man angrily rebuked them. From its appearance, the color seems extremely diluted. The density of Chen Feng's liquid is not even 1%. Under such circumstances, the success rate of his gene fusion will not be more than 0.001%. In such a situation, if he can produce it successfully, this old man here will take him as my master. So scary. Everyone's heart leapt. A success rate of not higher than 0.001%? Then, wasn't the probability of it succeeding 1 in 100,000? This, a scammer-like probability indeed. Another guy sneered. Be careful lest what you said actually happens. Ridiculous. The old man said in contempt. Do you think that I don't understand this Chen Feng? I completely understand him. I once had a student that was just like him. Back then, how honest were we, the producers? In our eyes, there was only production and nothing else. However, the young producers nowadays, for that stupid virtual community, in order to gain fame, seizing every opportunity to seek sensationalism, using all sort of ways to gain popularity. This is the type of person I hate the most. Simply someone who has lost all the face of us producers. The old man said indignantly. Yeah? Some other producers started agreeing with him. The other person sneered. If you all have the guts, wait until Chen Feng is done before saying more. Did he not complete his first step despite everything anyway? Seizing every opportunity to gain fame. Everyone possessed different genetic abilities. It was quite possible that such a manner of production was a more efficient way of production for Chen Feng. During the first step, gene search, hadn't he succeeded? Gene search is something that can be enhanced through the digitized world. There are all sorts of abilities capable of providing assistance to this. The old man wasn't bothered with that particular success and analyzed using his personal experience. However, as for gene fusion, even if he can increase the success rate, it wouldn't be by a large margin. Right at this moment, that drop of aquahino gene had quietly fallen into the incubator liquid. Gene fusion began. It's starting. Nobody could take their eyes off it. Millions of people in the virtual live stream room stared rigidly at Chen Feng's production. 1, 2, 3. The aquahino gene started duplicating. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp as lightning. However, after only several duplicates, they paused, seemingly encountering something they couldn't overcome, and stopped the fusion process. It ended. Ha ha ha, too funny. The most comical gene fusion in history. Impurities are everywhere in such an incubator liquid that was prepared from those defective materials. When the genes were duplicating, as long as they were blocked by the impurities, there was no way out. Right. Everyone sneered. And yet, after 2 seconds, the genes started duplicating once again. Furthermore, this time, they were duplicating with a terrifying speed. 10%. 20%. In a short 10 seconds, the duplicated genes filled the liquid. The incubator liquid was transformed into a clear blue-colored liquid. Gene fusion, complete. Chen Feng poured out 1/10 of the liquid and sealed the rest. The end. Production success. At this time, those people that had been criticizing him hadn't even recovered from their shock. It was completed just like that. They couldn't imagine the reason the gene duplication that had been affected by the impurities earlier suddenly continued smoothly. Furthermore, how could it be completed instantly? This was gene fusion. For such a gene formula with a high difficulty level, even if there were no impurities, using a perfect incubator liquid, the success rate would still be pitifully low. There were simply too many aspects of it that required trials before succeeding. A gene fusion needed perfect evenness for it to succeed. With the existence of those impurities, evenness became something extremely difficult to achieve. Hence, as long as there was a tiny speck of impurity, the production would be affected. As for this particular incubator liquid here, it was filled with countless impurities. Furthermore, Chen Feng was a newbie. How could he have succeeded? All the producers had a dumbfounded expression, while those layman viewers that were criticized earlier started being active, bombarding the opponents with one bullet after another, causing them to be dumbstruck and unable to reply. Where is that so-called 1 in 100,000 probability? That old man sounded so legit, I was almost convinced by him. Yeah, he even said that he had been researching for many years. Go on, continue making up stories. The layman viewers started sneering. They had been unsatisfied with these producers for way too long. In all honesty, Chen Feng was only here to join the competition. Why on earth were all the producers focusing on Chen Feng as if he'd killed their father? Damaging the competition? Was the competition something belonging to the producers' families? Now, all the producers were dumbstruck and unable to retort. Retort? What could they use as a retort? Regardless of how they retorted, it would be pointless. Chen Feng had succeeded, striking them down with this cruel fact. Camping for the old man to take Chen Feng as his master. Above poster +1. Happily watching. Everyone laughed crazily. Compared to other live stream rooms that were calm and lacked excitement, Chen Feng's live stream room was unbelievingly happening. Due to this incident, Chen Feng's popularity increased once again. The viewers increased without stop. Currently, everyone was paying attention to a single thing. The Aquahino gene produced by Chen Feng. This gene reagent reputed as the strongest defense among E-class genes. How powerful was it? Everyone was looking forward to it. Not much time was left in the current round. A large majority of the producers had already successfully produced their gene reagents. This was a gene rookie competition joined by participants worldwide, with viewers reaching over 100 million. There were only millions of people in Chen Feng's virtual live stream room. As for the other viewers, they were all viewing the production of those genuine celebrity producers. Layman viewers were not small in amount. However, a lot of them were still here with an attitude to learn, hoping to learn something from this competition. They had learned a lot, ranging from materials gathering to gene production. For example, Gin Hai with the highest popularity. He was 23 years old, male, and a superstar producer with 300 million viewers in his virtual live stream room. He was a person possessing a frightening amount of fans. His attractiveness index was extremely high as well, as he was astonishingly handsome. The main reason for his popularity was due to how every single motion of his, and every single production, even material gathering, was textbook-like. Watching his production was a type of pleasure in itself. One could also learn a lot from watching his material gathering. Coupled with the terrifying background he had, and this being the first time he joined the competition, it had lent a frightening popularity to his room with 300 million viewers. This was Gin Hai, an extremely powerful producer with the highest chance to be the champion of the current competition. At this time, in Gin Hai's live stream room, he was gracefully completing the final step of gene production, gene fusion. Those exceptionally lively genes became docile in his hands and started the fusion process with a smoothness that gave the viewers an incomparably comfortable feeling. 10 seconds later, production complete. The chat in his room exploded. It's so comfortable to watch. This was totally a pleasure. This is what true gene production looks like. Those who just returned from Chen Feng's room are expressing their grief. Chen Feng, What do you mean? You all can go to the learning forum to take a look and find out what happened. Among the praise-filled chat, there were a group of victims that had come from Chen Feng's room. Some felt curious and checked it out, only to return with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Simply, "What's the matter?" The others were curious. He failed his production? No, he succeeded. However, that person had an odd expression on his face, as if they had swallowed shit. Hard to describe. Better than Qin Hai? How is that possible? What's the point in watching him? Then, that person shook his head as he continued watching Qin Hai, who was winding up the production process. See, even when cleaning up, Qin Hai maintains his gracefulness. If I was a woman, I would surely be his wife. Another succession of praises in the chat. Compared to Chen Feng's room, the mood in this room was totally different. Contempt. Naturally, there were words of contempt in this room. However, such words would only appear occasionally in the chat, only to be flooded by the endless praises. It was simply something nobody noticed, as the chat never stopped its furious movement. This was Qin Hai's popularity. Incredibly terrifying. As of now, the production of the 5-star E-class reagent chosen by Qin Hai had been completed. In a different live stream room, there were around 10 million viewers. The mood here was also different from Chen Feng's or Qin Hai's room. Here, it was filled with humor. The producer was a beautiful young girl. Yang Xiaojuo. Despite her age being 22 years old, she had the appearance of a 16-year-old. Wearing a blue and white colored navy uniform, she was sitting on top of a shaggy ball with a bored expression as she stared blankly ahead. Beside her was a gray-colored donkey standing on its 2 feet. Currently, the donkey was painstakingly engaging in gene production. That's right. That was a donkey. A donkey that knew how to produce genes. Everyone was stupefied when they first entered this room. This mood. Why is a donkey producing? Someone asked with a stupefied expression. Mutant? It shouldn't be. If this furry donkey was a mutant, what was this young girl doing here? Could it be that the competition allowed 2 people to participate together? Someone explained. This donkey is something little Miss Yan summoned with her ability. Hence, it naturally counts as hers. Oh, the other guy felt enlightened. Wait. Even with this, it still sounds wrong. Which donkey could produce genes? However, when he asked his second question, nobody bothered replying to him anymore. He looked at the chat and noticed that his question was lost amid a succession of craze-like spams. Pretty young lady staring blankly every day. Bored every day. 233,333 1. My life is incomparable to a donkey. Donkey. I want to be that shaggy yellow ball. Alright. Damn. Is the name of Lord Yellow Ball something you can use casually? My life is incomparable to a ball. The chat moved with a crazy speed. Shwa, shwa. The hairy donkey flung both its 4 hooves as the gene went through the final fusion step. Little fur. The young lady looked at the donkey with a pitiful expression. When are you going to finish? Ow, donkey replied. Faster. The young lady had a pleading expression on her face. I still need to continue watching the TV series tonight. Yang Xiaojuo, a special summoner. Due to one of her summons possessing extremely formidable production ability, she became a gene producer. Self-proclaimed super popular pretty young lady. Her hobbies include staring out blankly and watching TV series, and she possessed a popularity only second to Qin Hai's. At this time, 2 clumps of shining gas shot out of both the donkey's ears. Gene production, complete. Shwa. Final step, sealing it up. 5-star E-class gene production success. It actually succeeded. This is the first time Xiaojuo challenged a brand new 5-star E-class formula, right? Worthy of being Xiaojuo indeed. Such a powerful donkey. Once again, the chat moved furiously. At this time, a large amount of the participants had also finished their gene production. Apart from Qin Hai and Yang Xiaojuo, there were still a lot of extremely popular producers. There were also several producers with around 8 to 9 million viewers. Each of them was a super genius. As for those mediocre live stream rooms with low popularity, extremely formidable producers might be hidden among them as well. The Gene Rookie competition was such an unordinary competition. Shwa. The countdown began. A lot of producers who had yet to complete their production started increasing their speed. As for those who were still a long way off completion, they gave up directly. After 10 minutes, the competition entered the scoring stage. It's starting. Everyone had a solemn mood. Scoring. How effective one's gene reagent would be was decided through the final score. Regardless of the star rating or the difficulty of the gene reagent, it was no longer important. Only the gene that resisted the strongest energy attack would receive the highest score. All the live streams stopped. In the sky, there was nothing else except countless amounts of dazzling auroras. At this moment, regardless of which live stream room one was in, only the same scene could be seen: the gene scoring segment and the effectiveness evaluation segment for the strongest defensive gene. I wonder who will be the top scorer. Everyone was looking forward to it. Despite this top scorer position only being for this round, it still contained an unordinary meaning attached to it. In the learning forum, countless people started voting in the forum polls, guessing the final results. In this round, 200 participants had chosen 5-star E-class gene formulas. However, only 30 of them ultimately succeeded in producing them. The rest were all eliminated. Only dead end awaited those who rashly selected a formula that surpassed their own capabilities. The 30 who had survived were all listed publicly. Apart from this, those 4-star E-class formulas were also capable of displaying an extremely powerful effect. Among the several hundreds of producers that produced 4-star E-class gene reagents, there was a particular producer who had even unexpectedly produced a mutated 4-star gene. Mutated 4-star, super powerful defense. Everyone voted. Ginhai, Yunxiaojuo, countless people supported their idols. When the public noticed that there were actually someone voting for Chen Feng, the public blanked momentarily. No one expected that someone would actually vote for Chen Feng, despite his chosen formula being the nominally strongest formula. However, the quality of the gene production was not only related to the strength and difficulty of the formula, it was also related to one's production level and choice of materials. Had Chen Feng met the standards? Obviously not. The incubator liquid produced out of 1,000 defective materials was simply an incomparably scam-like existence. Despite Chen Feng succeeding in his production by a fluke, what about the impurities contained within that huge amount of impurities? That Aquahino gene was simply a knockoff product. As for Ginhai, Yunxiaojuo, and the others, they had chosen the most outstanding materials, started their productions in an extremely comfortable condition, and produced a gene in a perfect manner. Compared to the roller coaster unorthodox methods of Chen Feng, they were totally different. Such genes, how could they be weak? Which of them were superior and which were inferior? A single glance was sufficient for a lot of people to draw their conclusion. Naturally, for a large amount of people here, who was Chen Feng? They had no idea. What was interesting was the fact that in every single virtual live stream room, a goal appeared. In accordance to the votes of the fans, the final goal of the producers would be altered. This was simply a small event organized by the live stream rooms for fun. A large majority of the super popular live stream rooms had the goal of either being the champion, the top 3, or even the top 10. Only, in Chen Feng's room, the goal was entering the top 1,000. The goal was to only survive the elimination. They were really curious. Could that Aquahino gene filled with impurities produced by Chen Feng resist the aurora attack? At this moment, the aurora in the sky started flickering. Everyone was in a solemn mood. They knew that the evaluation to decide the strongest defensive gene had begun. Bang! The terrifying aurora attack descended. Footnotes 1. 233,333 is Chinese net speak, equivalent to LOL. Final evaluation. Countless people had their heads raised, looking upward. In the sky, a star gleamed as several thousand aurora rays blossomed and shot toward the ground. Is it coming? Chen Feng raised his head with a solemn expression. Only he himself knew the power of the Aquahino gene. He knew that there were definitely countless amounts of people that did not believe in him. However, so what if they did not believe in him? This time, he would certainly emerge out of this round of elimination. Bang! The resplendent aurora rays descended. Several thousand aurora rays started bombarding every single one of the producers left in the area. Activate. Chen Feng activated the gene reagent in his hand. At this moment, Aquahino's rampart was displayed. In front of Chen Feng, a faint layer of watery light appeared, blocking the aurora. Blocked. Chen Feng was overjoyed. This was the power of Aqua Hino's Rampart. This was the so-called defense evaluation. As was mentioned in the rules, only one standard of measurement was applied in this round. Everyone only needed to face the strongest energy attack they could. At the same time, almost all the producers there activated their gene reagent. Bang! Some had ice shields appearing before them. Some had earth walls appearing before them. There were even some who had a mutated beast appearing before them. The choice of gene reagents differed from each other. There were even some who had chosen gene reagents that increased the defense of their physical body. Every one of them had their own choice. Ding! The evaluation began. Current energy power, 100 units. Bang! A flash of aurora. The terrifying energy attack descended from the skies. The only thing one could do was to defend. Use the gene reagent one produced to defend. Everyone resisted the first wave of attack. At this time, the aurora started to increase in power. 120 units, 150 units, 200 units. The terrifying energy increased in power unceasingly. Bang! Light cracked. An earth wall collapsed. Every single destroyed gene reagent would receive their score in accordance to the intensity of the aurora energy they resisted before being destroyed. The score for this earth wall reagent, 200 points. The evaluation continued. Bang! Bang! A never-ending eruption of aurora. A succession of gene reagents started to fail and collapse. On the other hand, a majority of the producers who had lasted till now had their score greatly increased. Ice shield gene reagent, 280 points. Copper transformation gene reagent, 282 points. Bang! Bang! One collapse after another. One producer after another departed the arena with a dimmed expression. The aurora energy was still increasing in power. Howl. Someone howled. After consuming the gene reagent, that person's body was enhanced to the point where he was several times stronger than he had originally been. However, he still ultimately failed to resist the aurora's attack, receiving a final score of 340 points, and left the area with a dimmed expression. Condense. Someone displayed incredibly powerful defenses. However, due to poor judgment, the defensive gene chosen was one with an explosive power but a short active duration of only 1 second, and they could only helplessly leave the arena. The final score for that person was 360 units. Currently, the evaluation was still continuing. Under the bombardment of the aurora, a lot of people had left the arena. As time passed, the scores of the people leaving were getting higher as well. Toward the end, less than 100 participants were left standing. Among these 100 survivors, the gene reagents they'd produced were at the very least 4-star class. They were the figureheads of this second round. In the virtual live stream rooms, everyone's emotions surged. A faint outline of the top 100 could already be seen. Despite it being a temporary ranking, in a lot of instances, these were the ones who ultimately end up in the top 100 towards the end of the competition. Every single one of these producers was incomparably powerful. Using their own methods, they had blocked all the aurora attacks up until now. At this moment, almost all the viewers shifted their attention from the rooms of the eliminated producers to those who survived, the rooms of the less than 100 remaining producers. What startled everyone was the fact that Chen Feng was still in the competition. Chen Feng, the knockoff Aqua Hino gene. Some realized, when the Aqua Hino gene was produced, it caused quite a shock. After all, it was the nominally strongest gene in this round. However, when they knew that this was an impurity-filled gene reagent produced by defective materials, they lose their interest in Chen Feng. However, no one expected Chen Feng to last till now. It has truly been hard on him. Using such a method to enter the top 100, he has earned my respect. Countless people entered Chen Feng's room and liked his stream. In their eyes, regardless of his strength, the very fact that he dared to choose the Aqua Hino gene none dared to choose and had successfully produced it was an extremely impressive feat in itself. However, what they were more curious with was, how long could Chen Feng last? He should get eliminated soon, right? An old producer shook his head. I produced a lot of Aqua Hino genes in the past and have also seen what Chen Feng did here. The amount of impurities is simply too high. Only 1/3 of the Aqua Hino gene reagent's power can be displayed. I suppose the only reason Chen Feng lasted till now is due to the Aqua Hino gene being an originally powerful gene where even 1/3 of its power was still sufficiently powerful to last this long. True. Another producer agreed. Based on their experience, this gene reagent was indeed filled with impurities. So that was the case. Everyone felt enlightened. It was understandable that the aquahino gene that required 1000 materials and 1000 gene fragments to be much stronger than ordinary gene reagents. Seems like Chen Feng will not be able to last longer. It is already very difficult for him to reach this point. Everyone lamented. At this time, the aurora once again increased in power. Bang, bang. The defense of a huge amount of people collapsed. When the number of surviving participants became lower than 100, the aurora increased in power furiously. In a single second, there was a 4 or 5 times increase in power. Several tens of people had their defenses collapse and they left the arena immediately. Almost all the 4-star reagents end up eliminated. Even among the 5-star defensive reagents, there were a large amount of eliminations due to their defenses collapsing. Only 8 remained. What surprised everyone was, Chen Feng was still here? Why is he still there? Didn't someone say that the aquahino gene could only display 1/3 of its power? Everyone had a dumbfounded expression. Could it be that the aquahino gene was powerful to such an extent? It is indeed only 1/3 of the power. The old producer glanced at Chen Feng without a change in his expression. Hence, Chen Feng survived. Those other producers having their defenses collapse can only show that the genes they chose were not really suited to face such energy attacks. Hence, they deserved their elimination. However, this is where Chen Feng's advance stops. Look at the remaining survivors, the old producer hinted. What? Everyone instinctively glanced at the survivors and their heart immediately thumped. Ginhai, Yan Xiaojuo, 5-star. All 5-star genes. They had all chosen 5-star E-class formulas. Furthermore, regardless of production level or materials gathered, they greatly surpassed Chen Feng. These people, there were figureheads even among those who had chosen 5-star reagents. Apart from Chen Feng, all these were explosively popular celebrity producers. What was frequently heard could be repeated in detail. The public could even name every one of these survivors by virtue of their popularity alone. It's actually them. All the remaining 8 survivors are also so powerful. Everyone was shocked. Every single one of them was either a high-level or peak intermediate producer. Every single one of them had produced a perfect 5-star E-class defensive gene. No matter how they looked at it, among these 8, Chen Feng was the weakest. Look at this. The first to be eliminated will definitely be Chen Feng, some said. At this time, the evaluation continued once again. A flash of aurora. Bang. 2 celebrity producers had their defenses collapse. However, Chen Feng still remained. Everyone abruptly widened their eyes. He was still there? This was illogical. An attack of such a level. How could the aquahino gene with only 1/3 of its effectiveness resist it? Another flash of aurora. Bang. 3 celebrity producers had their defenses collapse, eliminated. Chen Feng remained. Now, only 3 participants remained. Chen Feng, Ginhai, Yan Xiaojuo. Under the aurora attack, Ginhai, with an energy-formed umbrella, blocked all the aurora attacks before him with a resolute expression on his face. Yan Xiaojuo, with a shield on her wrist, blocked all the aurora attacks before her in a manner resembling a war goddess. Chen Feng, with the aquahino's rampart, blocked all the aurora attacks and stood there loftily. How is this possible? A countless amount of people cried out in surprise. They had, with their own eyes, watched as the defense of the celebrity producers tottered before collapsing. Chen Feng's defense, on the other hand, was as firm as a rock, not wavering under the attack. Where was the so-called impurity? Where was the so-called 1/3 effectiveness? You have got to be kidding me, right? How is it possible for him to remain? Everyone was endlessly amazed. That old producer opened his mouth once again. Actually, shut up. Scram. FCK off. A series of curses flooded the chat, shutting him down. The old producer had bitterness plastered all over his face. His analysis was not supposed to be wrong. According to his experience, with so many impurities, even 1/3 effectiveness was already an exaggeration. But then, why was Chen Feng still there? There was only one possibility for that: genetic ability. He definitely has a purification-type genetic ability. Some guessed, purification. Something able to get rid of impurities. Impossible, someone retorted immediately. I have seen such an ability before. Normally, it could only expel a small amount of impurities. A huge volume of impurities like what were contained within Chen Feng's reagent are simply impossible to be cleansed through purification. If so, What on earth is happening? Then, no one knew. Just as everyone was bewildered, another aurora descended. Bang! One elimination. Only two remained. Footnotes 1. The like here refers to the like button similar to what we have in Facebook and YouTube. Chen Feng was eliminated. Everyone instinctively looked at the participants. However, they surprisingly found that the one who was eliminated this time was actually Yang Xiaojuo. Under the reinforced aurora ray, her defensive barrier had collapsed directly. So angry. Yang Xiaojuo raged. Little fur, no dinner for you tonight. Ow! The little donkey crouched there, feeling wronged. Could it be blamed? It had already displayed its full strength. A brand new 5-star E-class formula was the absolutely highest level of quality he had ever done. Yet, who knew that there were two other freaks here that were better than him? At this time, in the live stream room, a huge amount of people entered. No one had expected Chen Feng to actually reach this level. It was now the final confrontation between Chen Feng and Qin Hai. The defensive gene chosen by Qin Hai was the second strongest defensive gene after the Aquahino gene. Furthermore, it was a perfectly produced outstanding gene. As for Chen Feng, he was using the impurity-filled strongest gene that had been subsequently purified. It seemed like Qin Hai would definitely be the last survivor. However, now, nobody dared to conclude in advance, as this was how Chen Feng had, against everyone's expectations, survived one time after another. Nobody opened their mouth. This moment, everyone held their breath as they waited for the arrival of the final ray of light. Bang! An extremely powerful aurora attack descended. A crisp sound of a barrier shattering. Everyone instinctively raised their head to look over. Next, their hearts jolted furiously. It is actually God. Everyone felt their hands shaking. Under the dazzling radiance of the aurora, the arena where several thousands of people stood previously, at this moment, had only one person standing. Chen Feng. He was still there. Despite the fact that his defensive barrier was currently tottering, despite the fact that his face was currently somewhat pale, he had still survived till the end, becoming the holder of the first place for this second round. Under the aurora, the lonesome silhouette raised his head and smiled as he said, "Seems like I won." Light's world. Evaluation ended. Chen Feng, evaluation score, 960 points. First place without question. Everyone was in an uproar. No one had expected that Chen Feng would be the one to survive till the end in the second round. This Chen Feng that had been enduring waves of criticism ever since he appeared. A terrifying dark horse. At a certain university, the production professor was using Chen Feng as an example of what one should not do. See, this posture is wrong. This method is also wrong. Every single spiritual grass he gathered, he committed at least 5 theoretical mistakes. A production like this, how is it possible for it to be successful? A producer like this, how could he improve? The old professor earnestly taught his class. However, right this moment, the news window popped up. On the huge screen, on the graph used to criticize Chen Feng, a window bearing the news popped up. Chen Feng became the winner of the second round of the competition. All the teachers and students had stupefied expressions on their face. Chen Feng, winner. Everyone exchanged glances. This was somewhat awkward. At this moment, along with the release of the news, Chen Feng was truly popular. Countless amazed people started checking out the information about him. Gold Ant Gene, Thunder Snake Gene. Dealing with Professor Tao, Chen Feng's information was exposed without stop. With amazement, they found that compared with Qin Hai, Chen Feng's information appeared like the story of a legend. Only graduated from high school 3 months ago yet encountered so many incidents already. Only a single look is required to figure out that this is totally a troublemaker. I saw from the information, he seems to have only entered the profession for 3 months. To hell with that. 3 months is merely something he submitted to the Production Association for audit. Who would believe that is the truth? The information also stated that he is a 20-star beginner producer. Do you believe that? True. Everyone started discussing passionately. This time, Chen Feng was really getting popular. Known worldwide. Regardless of those in great streets or small alleys, anyone who was paying attention to the competition would know that Chen Feng was the second round winner of the competition, temporarily ranked first in the list of participants. Naturally, to maintain this temporary popularity he had gained, it would still depend on Chen Feng's subsequent performance. At this time, Light's world. Evaluation ended. Elimination mechanism activated. In the air, a huge number flickered unendingly. Everyone had a solemn mood. The evaluation stage was the stage where everyone received a score. Whether one would get eliminated would depend on the passing rate decided after taking into consideration the scores of all the participants. Everyone knew their own scores. However, what were the top 1,000 scores? The top 1,000 scores were the dividing line deciding the elimination of everyone here. This method greatly resembled the university entrance examinations system. Lights world. Finally, the flickering number froze at 512 points. Bang! The whole area was in an uproar. Those with a score lower than 512 points would be directly eliminated. Announcement. On the competition rankings, the names of several thousand participants were blacked out, eliminating them directly. Those with a score above 512 points would advance to the third round directly. The second round officially ended. It ended. A lot of people felt like they had just woken up from a dream. This was especially true for those eliminated participants. They had never expected their scores to be out of the top 1,000 scores. Currently, Zhang Lin was also staring blankly at the darkened screen. A conspicuous word was on it. Eliminated. 510 points. He had never expected his score to be only 2 units lower than the passing rate. He had actually been eliminated in the second round. 2 points. Only 2 more points. How did things turn out this way? Zhang Lin powerlessly lowered his head. He was shouldering the hope of all the citizens of Gold City. He had been too cautious. He had chosen a formula that would have a perfect success rate despite its defensive power being on the lower side. He had not expected that his score would be stuck just below the passing rate. The round ended. Everyone could leave now. Blankly, Zhang Lin walked out of the building. The first thing he saw there was Mu Yuan, who was energetically leaping around. "You advanced?" Zhang Lin couldn't help but to ask. "Nope." Mu Yuan rolled his eyes. "I only had a score of 360. How is it possible for me to advance?" "Haha, I have a virtual movie date with the bunny ear girl tonight." "Hee, virtual movie. The one where your body feels like you are in the movie scene yourself. If there are some love scenes in the movie, MHM. Hee. Mu Yuan was giggling. Zhang Lin. This guy here seemed to have lost his intelligence. If he could advance with this brain of his, then something was definitely wrong. Far away, Zhang Wei walked over to them. Zhang Lin felt guilty. "I'm sorry." "No worries." Zhang Wei patted his shoulder with excitement. "Continue working hard for next year. You still have a lot of room for growth." MHM. Zhang Lin was about to say something. On the sky, the huge screen on the building suddenly soared up, releasing the results of the second round competition. A huge shining name list appeared in the air. The winner, Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Zhang Lin was directly stunned. This little brother that had just entered the profession? This. Zhang Lin couldn't believe it. "I told you, he is very talented." Zhang Wei's tone was filled with pride. He knew that a day would come where Chen Feng soared. However, he had never expected the day to arrive so fast, reaching such a height when he had only entered the profession for 3 months. Incomparably powerful. At this time, Chen Feng also walked out of the building. "Congratulations." Zhang Wei held his emotions back and gave Chen Feng a big hug. Chen Feng smiled. "This is for all of us." Naturally, Zhang Wei laughed. With Chen Feng grabbing the first place, Gold City could take pride in this. Furthermore, the entirety of Gold City would benefit from this as well. One needed to know that this was a gene rookie competition for the youth of the whole world. They returned back to the hotel. On the way, Zhang Lin had a very bad mood. Everyone comforted him unceasingly. "Get over it, man." Mu Yuan comforted him. "See, Chen Feng even failed his university entrance examinations. You are an outstanding graduate of a seeded university. In this aspect, he can't compete with you at all." Chen Feng. Zhang Lin. Was this the way to comfort others? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Zhang Wei had a what the FCK expression. In other words, this outstanding graduate of a seeded university like him was nowhere near Chen Feng and had ended up getting eliminated. Wasn't this somewhat sorrowful? However, he did not know that Chen Feng was actually someone who'd failed his entrance examinations. "You did not manage to get into a university from the entrance examinations?" Zhang Lin found this somewhat surprising. "MHM, my scores were 2 points short from being eligible to enter an ordinary university." Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful. Oh, Zhang Lin understood clearly. So this genius Chen Feng, back in the days, had lacked 2 points to pass as well. 2 points, exactly the same as his current situation. Indeed, everyone had certain aspects they were good at. Chen Feng had an outstanding talent in terms of production. It was understandable for him to be somewhat lacking when it came to examinations. Zhang Lin comforted himself, feeling somewhat relieved from that. However, Mu Yuan suddenly added a sentence. Don't listen to him. This guy failed because he had something to do at the last minute, and was absent from the test of the final subject. Otherwise, he would have graduated with top score. Chen Feng. He felt like strangling Mu Yuan to death. He finally knew why this guy had failed to get a girlfriend after so many years. Dumb. With such a nature, if he were to get a girlfriend, it would be abnormal. Zhang Lin, on the other hand, did not even have the tears to cry. So he was only 2 points short due to him being absent from the final test. The difference between them was as wide as an ocean. So Chen Feng was a top student as well. When comparing against others, it was indeed infuriating. Zhang Lin, with grief all over his face, went to a certain corner and started drawing circles there. I think you should stop dealing him blows, Zhang Wei said in a low voice beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng had an innocent expression. This really had nothing to do with him. Sea City. They returned to the hotel. Due to the third round being set for 3 days later, they had sufficient time to rest and replenish their knowledge. Mu Yuan had progressed greatly in his endeavors on the bunny ear girl, so he did not feel any pressure from the competition. Furthermore, he was going out on dates and out shopping with her every single day. Despite Chen Feng advising Mu Yuan to exercise some control and to get a deeper understanding of the girl first, Mu Yuan was currently thinking with his penis instead of his brain. Spring was plastered all over his face and he probably had not listened to any of Chen Feng's advice. Zhang Lin was putting great effort into training. After the second round had ended, he was even more hardworking than before, gaining Chen Feng's admiration. As for Chen Feng, resting and recovering, this 3-day rest period was a glory belonging to him alone. In every street and alley, almost everywhere, as long as Chen Feng went out, he could see that information pertaining him was everywhere. Everywhere he went, countless people would pay attention to him. Only now did he truly realize that he had become a well-known figure. Seems like I don't have to be afraid of assassination anymore. Chen Feng smiled calmly. In the future, regardless of who it was that wanted to do something to him, they would need to consider their choices carefully. This first place he'd won was totally worth it. However, what Chen Feng wanted was more than this. This was merely the second round of the competition. There might be a third or fourth round after this. He had to be the one to survive till the end. Since it was somewhat inconvenient for him to leave his room these few days, he decided to go to the learning forum instead. These few days, the discussion on the learning forum was focused on the competition and the information related to several other participants and their performance. Hence, the information here was extremely helpful. However, Chen Feng did not expect the focus of the learning forum today to actually be him. The strongest gene series. Where did the impurities go? Within the thread was an in-depth discussion on the impurities of the Aquahino gene. Chen Feng's gene was supposed to contain countless impurities. However, in the end, no impurities could be found. The so-called knockoff Aquahino gene had, in Chen Feng's hands, displayed 100% of its might. Hence, where did the impurities go? Was it purified? What ability was capable of purifying so many impurities? Could it be accomplished by an E-class? Even D-class couldn't accomplish that, right? What happened? Then, Chen Feng opened the thread and found that it was simply filled with questions. All sorts of guesses were saying that this was related to Chen Feng's second genetic ability. Some said that it was due to purification, some said it was due to refining. Everyone had different opinions. The thread also contained a detailed report. There were even some who had prepared 1,000 defective materials, attempting to reproduce the results. However, after multiple attempts, none of them succeeded. They were still searching for the root of the problem. Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. These people are indeed worthy of being scholars. These were the people who would perform detailed investigations on the smallest of questions they found. As for the question of where the impurities had gone, naturally, those impurities had been poured out. When the Aquahino was completed, didn't Chen Feng pour out 1/10 of it? That was all the impurities. With the activation of luck aura, the countless impure particles that were at every nook of the bottle had gathered together. Next, they were easily poured out by Chen Feng. It was that simple. Hence, the Aquahino he used was indeed the completed version. Do I need to dispel their doubts? Chen Feng watched on as these scholars answered the questions in the thread seriously, and he couldn't help but want to reply to the thread. However, after thinking about it, if he were to tell the truth, he might get beaten to death. Whatever. Chen Feng shook his head. No one would believe him even if he told them anyway. 3 days passed quickly. These few days, Chen Feng had been reading up on all sorts of learning resources regarding the competition. He had a newfound appreciation of the dedication of those scholars, as he had reaped great gains from these few days of study. Currently, in the control room of the building of the Virtual World Company, the employees of the Gene Production Association were going through the final tests and improvements for the third round of the competition. They needed to prevent any problems or loopholes from arising. Test complete. We can use it tomorrow. Very good. The leader, a middle-aged man, nodded his head. An old man beside him sighed. Little Gao, is it too strict for the competition to be in such manner? Gao Yunfeng, a top research professor at Seabreeze University. Nickname, Madruladman. It was his belief that everything in this world was governed by rules. Only with the existence of suitable rules could all the living beings of this world be controlled. Also known as a somewhat rigid person, as he was overly serious in everything. However, in regards to scientific researches and rules set up, he had been quite successful. Hence, he was hired to set the rules for the current competition. However, even the old man had never expected the method of competition chosen by him would be so simple and direct. Don't worry, Gao Yunfeng said calmly. Since you all let me control the competition, I will filter them out and get the strongest top 100. The top 100 in the truest sense. Any sort of flukes are useless before me. The old man had a faint smile. That's what you said during the second round. At this, Gao Yunfeng felt somewhat awkward. The goal of the second round was to choose the producers with the strongest foundations. Not only in terms of production, the process of gathering materials was also a part of the round that was heavily reviewed. Several hundreds of production materials. The effectiveness of every gathered material would need to be reviewed. These were all things that would affect the final result. These were the rules he had set up. As per the rules he'd set, Qin Hai with the strongest foundations or the other two similarly terrifying producers were supposed to be the winner. Even if it was Yang Xiaojuo, he would accept it. After all, that damnable donkey was in existence even he couldn't wrap his head around. However, ultimately, Chen Feng was the winner. A fish that had escaped from the net of rules he'd set. He had replayed the recordings 10 times. However, he still failed to understand how Chen Feng had become the winner. He was the one who had set the rules. Yet he couldn't understand what had happened. This was the most vexing thing for him. Killing mutated beasts was a barbarous action that was simply no different than those all-brawn and no-brain idiots of the genetic union. Their profession was a noble one, gene producer. Chen Feng's brutish method of gathering angered him to the point where he had difficulty breathing. Every single action Chen Feng took was wrong. However, relying on these wrong methods, Chen Feng had succeeded. Production successful. Evaluation successful. Gorgeously grabbing first place. Why? He still couldn't understand. Cheating? Just for Chen Feng, he'd ordered the technicians to work overtime and investigate without stop. However, no problems were found. Everything was very rational. This caused him to be even more vexed, especially for a person like him that liked to have everything under control. Gao Yunfeng spoke forthrightly. I don't like this person. Genius. Luck. The information pertaining to Chen Feng that he had was different than what the public had. The information he had was more detailed. Professor Tao, Wang family. More information was available for him. After seeing the information, he was certain that Chen Feng was a person who had a knack for stirring up trouble. Someone who wouldn't stay put. Comparatively, he preferred a model student like Qin Hai. Outstanding all around, to the point where one couldn't find any problems with him. This was an example of how producers should be. It's pointless even if you don't like him. The old man smiled toyingly. He might be the final champion, you know. Impossible. Gao Yunfeng sneered. His production level and spiritual energy are insufficient. Hence, it is impossible for him to survive till the end. Even if he is somewhat talented, it's still useless. At least, he won't be able to survive the third round I've set, Gao Yunfeng said proudly. It was enough for rules to be trampled upon once. For Chen Feng, the fish that had escaped the net of his rules, he had worked overtime for several days to perfect and improve the rules for the third round. This time, no opportunity would be given to Chen Feng. Wanting to survive the round, it was possible. Kindly progress fair and square, then. Is that so? The old man laughed without saying anything further. These people in the teaching profession indeed preferred model students. This old man here instead felt that people like Chen Feng, who possessed peculiar thinking and all sorts of bizarre problem-solving methods, were much stunning existences. This was because Chen Feng's existence itself had brought more vitality to the whole competition, making the competition much more interesting than it was. City. In a certain luxurious hotel, Qin Hai was silently looking at the competition records in front of him. From the moment Chen Feng had first made his move until the moment where he ultimately won the round, every single step, every single detail, had been replayed countless times by him, analyzing every sort of possibility. Little Hai, the butler beside him, was somewhat anxious. He was afraid that Qin Hai couldn't take this blow. Qin Hai had, from the moment he'd entered the profession till now, participated in countless competitions and never tasted defeat. As long as he participated in a competition, he would emerge as the champion in that competition. No exceptions. This was the terrifying strength Qin Hai possessed. Hence, even the Gene Rookie competition was something that he did not join the moment he hit 18 years old. Instead, he waited until now because if he were to participate, then he had to make sure that he won the competition. However, he did not expect that just at the beginning of this competition, his victory streak was stopped by someone. Qin Hai suddenly smiled. Interesting. The butler was somewhat stunned. Are you fine? Of course I'm fine. An excited expression appeared on Qin Hai's face. It has been a long time since I met a rival. I originally believed that there was nothing much about this competition. Chen Feng. Seems like this competition is going to get interesting. Qin Hai had a smile on his face. The butler's heart jolted. Little Hai. How many years had it been since he'd seen this child behaving in such a manner? He thought carefully and found that since the 10th championship he had won, he had been somewhat lifeless. Despite the expression maintained on his face, most of those smiles were simply maintained as a sign of politeness. Now, though, he seemed to have returned to the time when he first participated in a competition. Qin Hai raised his head, surging with battle intent. This time, I must win. Once again, his blood started burning.